Hello there, and welcome to the Sleepy History Facts. Tonight, we'll embark on a fascinating journey through the long and winding path of military history. This is a sprawling narrative that reaches back thousands of years to the very first sharpened stones used for defense and extends forward into the realm of space, new technologies, and beyond the frontiers of human imagination. It's a history often recounted through the dramatic clash of swords and the thunderous roar of cannons. But it also dwells in the quieter, often forgotten human details. The steady, rhythmic beat of a drum guiding weary soldiers through a haze of dust. The majestic flutter of a banner held high amidst the smoke of battle. And the silent, profound bond between comrades waiting, breathless, before the onset of conflict. Military history, as we'll discover, is far more than just a chronicle of weapons and tactics. It's a testament to innovation, born out of dire necessity, a vibrant canvas showcasing how cultures leave indelible marks on one another, and ultimately, a profound reflection of the way conflict has inexorably shaped the ongoing story of humanity itself. If you find solace and enjoyment in these gentle journeys into the past, I warmly invite you to show your support by liking and subscribing, or perhaps simply by sharing a thoughtful comment below. Your engagement helps others find their way here. 2. One sleepy, history-loving soul at a time. But for now, all you truly need to do is rest your weary head, settle into a comfortable position, and allow the weight of the day's concerns to slowly drift away. As we prepare to delve into the echoes and ingenious innovations of warfare across the centuries, let us begin our quiet exploration. Obsidian blades. Ancient edges of lethality. Asterisk, asterisk. Long before the forging of sophisticated steel swords or the invention of firearms, early humans stumbled upon a remarkable secret of nature: volcanic glass, known as obsidian. This striking, dark material could be meticulously fractured into blades of astonishing sharpness, edges so fine they literally approached molecular thinness. Imagine a cutting tool whose edge was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Archaeologists and modern knappers have found that even today, a freshly worked obsidian edge can not only rival, but often surpass modern surgical steel in its sharpness, creating cuts so incredibly precise that they heal with significantly less scarring. In Mesoamerica, the ingenuity of this discovery reached a terrifying pinnacle. Aztec warriors, renowned for their ferocity, wielded weapons like the times Macuahuitl, times a fearsome wooden club embedded with rows of razor-sharp obsidian teeth. These weren't crude tools. They were surgical instruments of war, capable of slicing through skin, muscle, and even bone with frightening, almost effortless precision. These shimmering black blades were more than just practical implements of war. They were imbued with deep, symbolic meaning, often associated with the primal forces of fire and the violent, transformative birthplaces of the earth itself. For ancient warriors, such weapons must have felt both powerfully effective and deeply mystical, not merely forged in a smith's fire, but seemingly gifted directly from the very heart of volcanoes. A dark, gleaming fragment of raw power, On the chaotic ancient battlefields, obsidian weapons glinted like shards of captured night, silent yet devastatingly effective, a stark reminder that sometimes the oldest tools remain among the most extraordinary. Asterisk. The Orchestra of War. Drums and flutes, directing armies. Asterisk. In the maelstrom of ancient and medieval battles, amidst the clash of steel, the roar of thousands of voices, and the agonizing cries of the wounded, spoken orders became utterly impossible to hear. Across vast, dust-choked plains, through the thick, acrid smoke of battle, commanders ingeniously turned to sound itself as their primary language of command. Drums, flutes, horns, trumpets, and even massive gongs became the conduits for signals that entire armies learned to recognize with instant, life-or-death urgency. A rapid roll of the drum might mean advance, urging thousands of soldiers forward, while a sudden, eerie silence could signal hold position, freezing a line of men in their tracks. In ancient China, the piercing clarity of flutes often cut through the cacophony with remarkable precision, conveying complex instructions. Meanwhile, the formidable Ottoman Janissary bands shook the very ground with their massive kettle drums, clashing cymbals, and blaring trumpets, a symphony of controlled chaos that not only guided their own soldiers with unwavering resolve, but also profoundly unnerved and demoralized the enemy. The unyielding rhythm kept formations moving in perfect unison, transforming scattered individuals into a single, flowing, almost mechanical entity on the battlefield. Even today, the echoes of this ancient practice resonate in military bands and marching cadences worldwide. Though less for combat and more for ceremony, they still carry that powerful, ancient idea that music and rhythm, for ne primelle force, could command thousands of human beings across the vast theatre of war. Asterisk, Chariots. The first mobile archery platforms, asterisk, before the advent of widespread heavy cavalry, the invention of the war chariot fundamentally revolutionized warfare, changing everything commanders knew about speed and firepower. These light, incredibly fast, and highly maneuverable two-wheeled platforms allowed warriors to loose arrows or hurl spears with devastating effect while racing across open plains at astonishing speeds. Ancient Egyptians, masters of engineering and horsemanship, perfected the chariot's design with ingeniously spoked wheels and highly trained teams of horses, transforming their armies into swift-moving storms of arrows and destruction. To face such an onslaught was nothing short of terrifying. Enemies would first glimpse a distant plume of dust rising on the horizon, then feel a sudden, deadly rain of shafts descending upon them, often before the chariots themselves had even reached their lines. And just as quickly as they appeared, these nimble vehicles would wheel away, only to return from another unexpected angle. Unlike lumbering siege engines or slow-moving infantry, chariots struck with lightning speed and vanished, denying the enemy a solid target. For archers, the chariot was a profound revolution. No longer bound to the slow pace of foot soldiers, they became formidable hunters on wheels, capable of engaging and disengaging at will. In ancient art, pharaohs are often depicted standing tall and majestic on their chariots, bow drawn and ready, a potent symbol not only of overwhelming military might, but also of divine control over speed, direction, and the very act of destruction. Asterisk, asterisk, Spartan shields. The heartbeat of the phalanx asterisk, asterisk. For the Spartans, the shield, far more than any sword or spear, was the very heart of their identity as warriors. Unlike individual weapons designed for personal glory, the shield was primarily seen as an unbreakable protection for the man standing directly beside you in the battle line. Ancient Spartan sayings powerfully underscored this ethos. A Spartan soldier who lost his spear or sword in combat might be forgiven, but losing his shield brought indelible shame and dishonor upon his name. This was because a missing shield meant he had dangerously exposed the times phalanx times the iconic, tight-knit wall of overlapping shields that defined their collective strength and made them virtually impenetrable. Each Spartan shield was a formidable piece of equipment, large, perfectly round, and incredibly heavy, often meticulously painted with symbols of unity, such as the Greek letter lambda will, representing Laconia or Sparta itself. In formation, these individual shields locked together with precision, transforming many men into one unified, unyielding body. For the Spartans, discipline was not merely a virtue, but the absolute key to survival. A single broken shield wall could spell catastrophic disaster for the entire army. To march into battle carrying one's shield was to bear not just wood and bronze, but the immense weight of loyalty, the sacred trust placed in each comrade, and the profound understanding that collective strength, above all else, ensured survival. Asterisk, asterisk, Roman legions. Engineers of empire. Asterisk, asterisk. The Roman legions were far more than just soldiers. They were, in essence, highly organized and incredibly efficient engineers of empire. As these formidable forces advanced across the vast expanses of Europe, North Africa, and the Near East, they carried with them not only their formidable weapons, but also an essential array of picks, shovels, and surveying tools. Wherever they went, they meticulously carved sophisticated roads out of the untamed wilderness, laying down stone foundations so robustly constructed that many have withstood the ravages of centuries of use, some even visible to this day. These strategically vital roads allowed supplies, reinforcements, and crucial messages to move swiftly and securely across the vast Roman domain, ensuring Rome's unparalleled dominance and administrative control. Legionaries often marched with astounding discipline, covering distances of up to 20 Roman miles, roughly 18 to 20 modern miles, in a single day, then stopping to construct a fully fortified marching camp, complete with meticulously dug ditches, sturdy walls, and vigilant watchtowers. The enduring infrastructure they left behind connected towns, markets, and distant outposts long after the battles themselves had faded, literally shaping the very map and future development of Europe. Some Roman roads, remarkably, still exist, stretching straight as an arrow across the landscape, their ancient stones worn smooth by countless centuries of feet, hooves, and wheels. For the legions, every mile built was both an act of conquest and a promise of permanence, a profound testament to war leaving behind, paradoxically, the very foundations of civilization itself. ***, war, elephants, living siege, engines, ***. To witness an elephant on the battlefield must have been a sight of overwhelming awe and sheer terror, a spectacle that transcended the normal horrors of war, towering majestically above men and horses alike. These armored behemoths carried trained warriors and archers in sturdy wooden towers strapped securely to their backs. Their colossal size and immense strength could effortlessly crush enemy ranks, uproot formidable defenses, and scatter even the most disciplined cavalry formations with brutal ease. For horses, the alien smell and sound of elephants, their thunderous trumpeting, and the ground-shaking thud of their giant feet was utterly terrifying. Many warhorses, despite their training, would bolt in sheer panic or freeze in uncontrollable fear. In India, elephants had a long and storied history in warfare, a practice that spread across Asia and eventually into the armies of legendary commanders like Alexander the Great and Carthage's Hannibal. Yet, for all their power, elephants were also notoriously unpredictable allies. If wounded, startled, or frightened, they could turn back into their own lines, causing devastating chaos and friendly fire. Still, no other creature embodied the raw drama and overwhelming power of ancient battle, quite like the war elephant, a living weapon, a mobile fortress, and a moving symbol of almost mythic power that could shatter both bodies and morale. Asterisk, asterisk, Chinese crossbows, the dawn of mass, ranged fire, asterisk, asterisk. In ancient China, the humble crossbow introduced a fundamental shift that utterly transformed warfare, democratizing lethal force. Unlike traditional bows, which demanded years of arduous practice and immense physical strength to master, crossbows allowed relatively untrained soldiers to unleash deadly force with remarkable mechanical precision. A simple squeeze of a trigger could drive a heavy bolt clean through enemy armor, providing vast armies with the power of effective ranged fire without relying solely on a small, elite corps of highly skilled archers. By the Warring States period, Chinese crossbows had been meticulously standardized, notably featuring interchangeable bronze trigger mechanisms. This ingenious innovation meant that repairs and replacements could be made quickly and efficiently in the chaos of the field, a logistical marvel for its time. This unparalleled level of organization allowed Chinese generals to deploy enormous formations of crossbowmen who could unleash volleys of bolts in perfect unison. The sheer sound must have been overwhelming. A crackling storm of taut strings, followed by the terrifying hiss of hundreds of bolts whistling through the air, darkening the sky. It was a technology so advanced and effective that it remained a military staple for centuries after its invention, profoundly influencing military tactics and design. The Chinese crossbow serves as a powerful reminder of how ingenuity in design, particularly in making advanced weaponry accessible, could fundamentally shift the balance of entire civilizations. Asterisk. Mongol horsemanship. Archery at full gallop. Asterisk. The Mongol armies of the 13th century were feared across continents, not for their heavy armor or massive fortresses, but for their absolutely unmatched mobility and tactical brilliance. Mongol warriors, born and raised on the vast steppes, could literally ride for days, living almost entirely on horseback, and fire arrows with astonishing accuracy, even while galloping at full speed. Their legendary composite bows, meticulously crafted from layers of horn, wood, and sinew, were powerful enough to pierce various types of armor, yet compact and light enough to be expertly handled while mounted. Mongol tactics often revolved around deceptive feigned retreats. Riders would appear to flee, turning in their saddles to loose arrows backward with deadly precision, luring unsuspecting enemies into carefully laid traps. Entire kingdoms crumbled and fell before the whirlwind speed and devastating efficiency of these tactics as the Mongols swept from the Central Asian steppes into Persia, Russia, and beyond. To face them was to face an enemy who seemed to move with the very wind itself, invisible one moment, then striking from every direction the next. The Mongol warrior and his horse became one terrifying entity, a seamless fusion of speed, endurance, and deadly precision. Asterisk. Viking longships. Raids from sea to river. Asterisk. The sleek, elegant design of Viking longships made them one of history's most effective and terrifying tools of war, a testament to unparalleled nautical engineering. Built with distinctive overlapping planks, clinker construction, and possessing incredibly shallow drafts, they could glide effortlessly across the open, stormy seas, yet also slip silently into narrow, winding rivers. This revolutionary versatility meant that Viking raiders were not confined to mere coastal attacks. They could appear suddenly and unexpectedly deep inland, striking vulnerable towns, monasteries, and settlements far from the supposed safety of the shore. The sight of their carved dragon prows, rising ominously from the morning mist, must have been chilling beyond measure for those who beheld them. Yet, these magnificent ships were far more than just raiding craft. They were potent symbols of status, of identity, and of the boundless spirit of exploration that defined the Viking Age. Longships carried courageous warriors and intrepid explorers across the treacherous North Sea to the British Isles, France, and even deep into the Mediterranean. Some sailed even further, reaching the distant shores of Iceland, Greenland, and famously, North America, centuries before Columbus. For the Vikings, the longship was both a mobile battlefield and a vital lifeline, a vessel that transformed the world itself into an endless frontier for conquest, trade, and discovery. Asterisk. Samurai armor. Flexible elegance in battle Asterisk, asterisk. Unlike the often heavy and rigid plate armor favored by European knights, Japanese samurai armor was meticulously designed with flexibility and agile movement as its paramount principles. It was a marvel of craftsmanship, typically constructed from hundreds of small, lacquered iron or leather plates, intricately laced together with strong, colorful silk cords, times odoshi asterisk. This innovative construction created a protective shell that could effectively deflect arrows and sword blades, while still allowing the warrior to move with astonishing speed, grace, and agility essential for the dynamic, fluid combat style of the samurai. The armor often shimmered with vibrant colors, the intricate lacing forming beautiful patterns that were both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Helmets, times kabuto, times were often adorned with distinctive crests, times maedate, times shaped like formidable horns, crescent moons, or powerful waves, transforming the wearers into living symbols of power and courage on the battlefield. Unlike the almost restrictive rigidity of full steel suits, samurai armor could bend and flow with the warrior's movements, making it ideally suited for battles that relied heavily on quick, decisive sword strikes, precise archery, and highly mobile mounted combat. It was not merely protection, it was a profound art form, armor that spoke volumes of heritage, honor, and individual identity. In battle, the samurai's armor carried both function and profound poetry into the heart of the fray. Fire, the unquenchable inferno, asterisk, asterisk. Within the majestic Byzantine Empire, a terrifying and mysterious weapon earned a reputation so fearsome that its exact recipe became one of history's most closely guarded secrets for centuries. Known simply as Greek fire, it was a viscous, flammable liquid launched from powerful bronze siphons mounted aboard Byzantine warships. The most chilling aspect of this infernal substance was its ability to stick tenaciously to surfaces, horrifyingly, continue to burn even on water. Imagine being an enemy sailor, watching in disbelief and terror as flames spread relentlessly across the waves towards your vessel, a sight that must have seemed utterly supernatural, a direct challenge to the laws of nature. Accounts from the time describe entire enemy fleets being set ablaze, their crews helpless against the roaring, unquenchable fire that clung to their ships. Some chroniclers reported that it hissed like angry serpents as it was discharged, exploding upon contact with wood, sails, or human flesh. Historians still fiercely debate its precise ingredients, with possibilities including petroleum, sulfur, resin, or quicklime, but no one knows for certain. The Byzantines used Greek fire sparingly, reserving it for crucial naval battles, where its psychological and destructive impact could be maximized. To their enemies, it seemed like a divine punishment, a weapon that turned the very sea into an instrument of hellish fire. Even centuries later, its legend continues to smolder, a testament to its enduring mystery and terror. Asterisk, asterisk, medieval castles. The devious defense of murder holes, asterisk, asterisk. To defend against relentless attackers storming a castle gate, often the most vulnerable point medieval architects devised grimly effective and often horrifying features. Among the most infamous were murder holes, discreet openings meticulously positioned in the ceilings of gate passages and portcullis chambers. From these concealed vantage points directly above, defenders could unleash a devastating arsenal upon those desperately trying to force their way in. Heavy rocks, scalding boiling water, searing heated sand, or even corrosive quicklime. Hot sand, in particular, was a cruelly effective weapon, capable of searing through armor, finding its way into the smallest gaps, blinding eyes, and jamming joints with agonizing pain. Imagine charging through a dark, claustrophobic stone passage, only to be suddenly showered with burning grit that clung to your skin, choking you and blinding you as you struggled forward. Murder holes were not always used lethally. Sometimes, defenders dropped harmless, but frightening objects just to disorient and scatter attackers, buying precious time for the main defense. These hidden apertures serve as a stark reminder that castles were not merely symbols of power or grand residences, but meticulously designed machines of defense, carefully engineered to funnel, weaken, and ultimately destroy enemies before they could ever reach the inner keep. Every stone held a strategic purpose, and every dark ceiling might hide a deadly, terrifying surprise. Asterisk, asterisk, the longbow, England's weapon of national identity. Asterisk, asterisk. In medieval England, the longbow transcended its role as a mere weapon. It became a potent symbol of national identity and a formidable force that reshaped European warfare, often over 6 feet tall, frequently as tall as its wielder. The longbow could propel arrows with tremendous force and surprising accuracy over significant distances. At iconic battles like Agincourt, English archers unleashed veritable storms of arrows that fell like deadly rain upon the enemy lines. Their shafts, typically tipped with narrow, armor-piercing bodkin points, were specifically designed to penetrate even the formidable plate armor of French knights, transforming these seemingly invincible champions into vulnerable, often helpless targets. Archery practice was not merely encouraged, but was mandatory for able-bodied Englishmen from a young age, ensuring that vast numbers of highly skilled bowmen were always ready for war. Firing a longbow required immense physical strength. The draw weight could easily exceed 100 pounds, a strenuous activity that often subtly warped the bones of archers who trained from childhood. On the battlefields, their synchronized volleys literally darkened the sky, sowing fear and disarray, long before a single sword was even drawn. The longbow proved, definitively, that disciplined, massed-ranged soldiers could effectively topple the heavily armored elite, profoundly reshaping warfare and heralding the slow but inevitable decline of the knight's dominance on the battlefield. Asterisk, asterisk, knights afoot. The gritty reality of early medieval combat, asterisk, asterisk. The popular image of knights, clad in shining armor, thundering across battlefields on horseback, dominates our collective memory. However, the gritty reality of early medieval warfare often saw these heavily armored warriors fighting on foot. Before mounted cavalry, tactics became widespread and refined. Knights frequently stood shoulder to shoulder with infantry in formidable shield walls, wielding powerful swords, axes, and spears. Even in later periods, when mounted combat had become highly prestigious, knights would often dismount in specific battles to bolster and reinforce critical infantry lines, adding their heavy armor and elite combat skills where they were most needed. At Zegas, for instance, horses were largely useless in the close confines of castle walls, demanding that knights engage in brutal, close-quarters combat. In these scenarios, knights readily adapted, leading desperate assaults up ladders, hacking their way through fortified gates, or heroically defending narrow bridges against overwhelming odds. Some even preferred fighting on foot, where they could anchor themselves firmly within a formation, wielding their weapons with greater stability and without the inherent risk of a panicked or wounded steed. To fight dismounted required immense endurance. Armor was incredibly heavy, and the press of battle was utterly exhausting. Yet, it also showcased the knight's remarkable versatility. Warrior, reader, and leader, all in one. While the image of the knight astride his warhorse became iconic, the reality was often far grittier. Fought step by agonizing step in the mud and crushing chaos of infantry combat. Asterisk. Gunpowder. China's revolution in siege warfare. Asterisk. Long before European cannons began to shatter the formidable walls of castles, China had already unlocked the revolutionary explosive potential of gunpowder. Invented during the illustrious Tang dynasty, it first appeared innocuously in vibrant fireworks, displays, and the experimental pursuits of alchemists seeking the elixir of immortality. But by the Song dynasty, this volatile substance had found its way onto the battlefields, fundamentally altering the dynamics of conflict. Chinese soldiers began to use fire lances, bamboo or metal tubes that blasted flames and small projectiles toward enemies, a primitive but terrifying precursor to firearms. Soon after came more sophisticated bombs, grenades, and even rockets, hurled from rudimentary launchers. The effect on siege warfare was profound and immediate. No longer could towering stone walls alone guarantee safety for defenders. Fortified positions now faced unprecedented explosions that shattered gates and rained fire and shrapnel inside their once impenetrable defenses. Gunpowder spread slowly westward along ancient trade routes, eventually transforming warfare across the entire world. But its earliest sparks, its initial world-changing innovations, belonged unequivocally to Chinese ingenuity, where alchemists, in their quest for eternal life, accidentally bequeathed humanity one of its most destructive and transformative inventions. In their hands, gunpowder was both a wonder of chemistry and a terror of war, a new element that forever altered the delicate balance between defense and attack. Cannons. The end of the age of castles. Asterisk. For centuries, medieval castles stood as symbols of unyielding power, near impenetrable fortresses whose thick stone walls seemingly defied arrows, scaling ladders, and even the largest siege towers. But with the dramatic arrival of cannons in Europe, their long-held dominance began, quite literally, to crumble. Early cannons were undoubtedly crude, prone to misfires, and incredibly difficult to transport and aim. Yet, their sheer, destructive power was undeniably revolutionary. Massive stone balls or heavy iron shot could shatter formidable walls that had stood for generations. A feat unimaginable with earlier siege technology. By the 15th century, sieges were fundamentally transformed. At the pivotal siege of Constantinople in 1453, the Ottoman Turks deployed enormous bombards, some so massive they required hundreds of men and oxen simply to move them into position. Their thunderous blasts tore gaping breaches in the ancient city walls that no defenders, however brave, could possibly hold. Suddenly, the very height and verticality of castle walls, once their greatest asset, became a catastrophic liability, vulnerable to repeated, pulverizing bombardment. Architects quickly adapted, designing innovative star-shaped fortresses with sloping earthen and stone walls, specifically engineered to deflect cannon fire. But the glorious age of medieval castles, with their towering keeps, crenellated battlements, and moats, was definitively over. Gunpowder artillery had rewritten the rules of power, with stone ultimately yielding to the devastating force of iron and fire. Asterisk. The Janissaries. Elite soldiers, forged from coercion. Asterisk. In the vast and powerful Ottoman Empire, a unique corps of elite soldiers, known as the Janissaries, rose to immense power and influence, becoming one of the most feared military units in the world. Many of them began life as Christian boys, taken from conquered territories under the harsh but structured system known as times, devshirm, times the blood tax. Torn from their families at a young age, they were converted to Islam, rigorously trained, and meticulously molded into elite warriors, loyal only to the Sultan himself. From a young age, they learned unwavering discipline, mastery of weaponry, and complex military strategy, living under strict codes that often forbade marriage and personal wealth, ensuring their undivided loyalty to the state. Over time, the Janissaries became not just formidable soldiers, but also a significant political force within the Ottoman Empire. Their distinctive white felt hats marking them clearly in battle. They were also among the very first military units in the world to adopt firearms on a large scale, making them a fascinating blend of traditional guardians and modern innovators. Though their origins were harsh and born of coercion, the Janissaries wielded immense influence, shaping Ottoman politics as much as warfare. Their enduring legacy stands as a stark reminder of how powerful armies could be forged from a complex interplay of both coercion and fiercely cultivated loyalty. Swiss pikemen. Breaking. The cavalry charge. Asterisk. In late medieval Europe, heavily armored knights charging on horseback once reigned supreme on the battlefields, representing the ultimate force of medieval warfare. But the disciplined Swiss pikemen dramatically changed that balance, ushering in a new era of infantry dominance. Armed with formidable long pikes, often exceeding 16 feet in length, and meticulously drilled to stand in dense, unyielding squares. They formed bristling, porcupine-like walls of steel that no horse, however brave, would willingly charge. When knights thundered forward, their lances shattered impotently against a solid forest of pikes, while the riders themselves were often impaled or dismounted long before they could even reach the infantry line. Swiss mercenaries became highly sought after across Europe, renowned for their unwavering discipline, legendary ferocity, and professional expertise. Their tactics emphasized unity, mutual trust, and relentless training, proving conclusively that ordinary men, working together in a cohesive unit, could withstand and even shatter the might of mounted nobility. The rise of the pikeman helped to effectively end the centuries-long dominance of mounted aristocrats, paving the way for the development of modern infantry armies. It was a pivotal moment when the balance of power decisively shifted, when rows of common soldiers, holding steady and resolute, demonstrated that even the most glorious cavalry charge could break against human determination and sharpened wood. Asterisk, asterisk, warhorses, beasts conditioned for chaos. Asterisk, asterisk. The magnificent times, destriers, times of medieval knights, were no ordinary horses. These majestic animals were specifically bred and rigorously trained for the brutal realities of battle, accustomed to a level of chaos and sensory overload that would terrify most creatures. Trainers painstakingly exposed them to the thunderous clash of weapons, the blare of war horns, and even the sights and smells of blood and death. A truly exceptional warhorse had to charge forward without hesitation, even as arrows rained down and men screamed in agony around them. They were trained not just to carry their rider, but to actively engage, learning to trample enemies, and to bite and kick when necessary. Some historical accounts even describe warhorses armored alongside their riders, gleaming with intricate barding of leather or steel, transforming them into living tanks. To sit astride such a creature was to become part of a living weapon, rider and horse a single, formidable force on the battlefield. Warhorses were incredibly prized possessions, often worth more than the knight's armor itself, representing a massive investment. Their intense training reflected the brutal, no-quarter reality of combat. Survival required not only courage and skill in men, but also an almost unnatural steadfastness and ferocity in the beasts who bravely shared the burden of war. Asterisk, asterisk. Native American horsemanship, archery and shields, on the move, asterisk, asterisk. Among the many ingenious tactics developed by Native American warriors, particularly those of the Great Plains, one of the most striking was their masterful use of the horse as both a shield and a dynamic firing platform. Riders could lean far to the side, sometimes even hanging completely off the saddle, using the broad body of their horse to protect themselves from enemy fire, while simultaneously loosing arrows or, in later periods, firing rifles. This incredible maneuver, requiring immense balance, strength, and skill, allowed warriors to appear and vanish in an instant, unleashing devastating volleys. while remaining incredibly difficult targets for their opponents. Horses, introduced by Europeans, were rapidly and deeply integrated into Native American cultures, profoundly transforming mobility, hunting practices, and warfare itself. Tribes of the Great Plains became especially renowned for their unparalleled mastery of horsemanship, turning the vast, open landscapes into domains of lightning-fast raids and evasive combat. To witness a warrior gallop past, seemingly defying gravity, arrows flying true while the rider clung sideways to their horse, must have been an astonishing and demoralizing sight for any enemy. It was a vivid and powerful reminder that warfare is not solely about the weapons themselves, but profoundly about the ingenuity, creativity, and adaptability of those who wield them. Asterisk, asterisk, pirates and grapeshot. Shredding decks, not sinking ships. Asterisk, asterisk. Pirates, notorious for their daring sea battles and brutal pragmatism, often relied on fearsome weapons, designed not primarily to sink ships, but to quickly disable and overwhelm their enemy crews. One of their absolute favorites was grapeshot, clusters of small iron balls, typically packed into a canvas bag or a fragile metal casing, then fired from a cannon at close range. When unleashed, the grapeshot spread out like a gigantic shotgun blast, ripping indiscriminately through sails, vital rigging, and, most horrifyingly, through human flesh with devastating effect. Pirates strategically aimed for the enemy's decks, intending to clear defenders, demoralize resistance, and create chaos so that their own boarding parties could swarm aboard with minimal opposition. The effect was utterly devastating at close range, shredding wood and bodies alike in a terrifying instant. Unlike solid cannonballs, which could punch through hulls and sink a vessel, grapeshot maximized chaos and casualties among the crew. Combined with the thick, acrid smoke, deafening noise, and shouted oaths, it transformed naval combat into a terrifying storm of pure terror. Grapeshot epitomized the pirates' brutal pragmatism. Ships were valuable prizes to be captured intact, not sunk. It was always better to terrify and overwhelm the crew than to destroy the vessel, ensuring both treasure and the ship itself remained intact for the victorious buccaneers. Asterisk, asterisk, the Spanish tercio, a formidable blend of pike and shot, asterisk, asterisk. During the 16th century, Spain developed one of the most formidable and innovative military formations of its age, the tercio. These revolutionary units brilliantly combined long pikemen who formed an impenetrable, bristling hedge against charging cavalry and enemy infantry, with soldiers armed with early firearms like arquebuses or muskets, who delivered devastating volleys of gunfire. This powerful blend of pike and shot created a flexible, resilient force that dominated European battlefields for more than a century, earning Spain a reputation for military invincibility. Tercios were renowned for their almost legendary discipline, holding firm and unwavering, even under the heaviest enemy fire, a testament to their rigorous training and hardened resolve. On the battlefield, they resembled massive, bristling squares of men, with pikes jutting outwards like the quills of a formidable porcupine, while their expert gunners stepped forward in organized ranks to unleash waves of coordinated fire. This ingenious system effectively countered both the traditional mounted knights of old and massed traditional infantry formations, perfectly reflecting the crucial transition from medieval to early modern warfare. The tercio symbolized Spain's burgeoning global power at the time, an army that seamlessly blended the old and the new, the cold steel of tradition with the revolutionary power of gunpowder, unity with innovation, a formation that literally carried an empire on its disciplined shoulders. Musketeers, the slow dance of reloading in battle, asterisk. Early muskets, while undeniably powerful, were agonizingly slow and cumbersome to use, turning each shot into a lengthy, vulnerable ritual. To fire, a soldier first had to carefully pour gunpowder down the long barrel, then ram a heavy lead ball and wadding down on top of it with a ramrod. Prime the small flash pan with a pinch of finer powder, and only then, finally, could the weapon be fired. In the heat and chaos of battle, this multi-step process could easily take 2 or even 3 excruciating minutes. Against a charging enemy, that delay was terrifyingly long, a moment of profound vulnerability. To compensate for this crippling slowness, armies ingeniously arranged musketeers in multiple ranks. One line would fire their volley, then immediately begin the laborious reloading process, while the next line stepped forward to unleash their times volley. This system of rolling volleys created a near-constant curtain of fire, despite each individual weapon's inherent slowness. Musketeers were critically vulnerable during these reload phases, often relying heavily on nearby pikemen or other infantry for vital protection. The battlefield would quickly become shrouded in thick clouds of acrid smoke, stinging eyes and choking lungs, making visibility incredibly poor. Yet, when muskets fired together, the noise was deafening, morale-shattering, and devastatingly effective. The slow reload times serve as a potent reminder that technology does not advance in neat, linear leaps. It often stumbles, finds its balance, and innovates through sheer necessity, with every apparent weakness, ultimately reshaping how wars were fought. Flintlocks, making firearms truly practical. Asterisk. The invention of the flintlock mechanism in the 17th century was a pivotal breakthrough that transformed firearms from somewhat fiddly and unreliable weapons into truly practical and ubiquitous instruments of war. Gone were the cumbersome, fire-prone match cords of earlier arquebuses, or the complex and often unreliable internal mechanisms of wheel locks. The flintlock utilized a brilliantly simple yet highly effective system. A piece of flint, secured in a cock or hammer, struck a steel plate, the frizzen, to create a shower of sparks. These sparks, in turn, ignited a small priming powder in the pan, which then flashed through a small vent to ignite the main charge in the barrel. This elegant system was significantly quicker, far more reliable, and crucially, much easier to use in adverse weather conditions like rain or wind. Soldiers could now fire faster, reload, with greater confidence, and trust their weapons not to fail them in the most critical moments of battle. Flintlocks spread rapidly across the globe, arming infantry, cavalry, and even pirates across the high seas. They also standardized the use of the bayonet, turning every musket into a dual-purpose weapon, a formidable firearm and a thrusting pike. For over 2 centuries, flintlocks dominated warfare. From the grand European conflicts to the colonial battles fought across continents, their inherent simplicity made them powerful. Their reliability instilled crucial confidence in soldiers, and their widespread presence fundamentally reshaped military tactics for generations. The age of the flintlock was a pivotal era where the firearm truly ascended to military preeminence. Its widespread adoption, inherent simplicity, and relative reliability transformed battlefield dynamics. Yet, even as guns began to dominate, they possessed a critical vulnerability. Their exposed process of reloading left soldiers defenseless in close quarters. It was here that a deceptively simple invention, the bayonet, made its profound, game-changing impact, literally turning a gun into a spear. Initially, early plug bayonets were crude, tapered blades designed to be jammed directly into the muzzle of a musket, effectively converting the firearm into a short pike. While this provided a vital defense against charging cavalry or enemy infantry in hand-to-hand combat, it rendered the musket useless for firing until the bayonet was removed, a dangerous dilemma in the heat of battle. The true revolution came with the development of the socket bayonet. This ingenious design featured a metal sleeve that fitted around the outside of the musket barrel, allowing the weapon to be both loaded and fired, while the bayonet remained affixed. This single innovation liberated infantry from their reliance on dedicated pikemen, streamlining armies into more flexible and formidable units, capable of both ranged fire and savage close combat. The psychological effect of a bayonet charge was arguably as devastating as its physical toll. Imagine ranks of musketeers, their firearms suddenly bristling with cold steel, advancing in an unstoppable wave. The synchronized lowering of thousands of bayonets, catching the light as they marched, must have been a terrifying spectacle, a gleaming, moving wall of death. Bayonet charges became iconic moments in military history, both feared by those who faced them and celebrated by those who executed them, symbolizing raw courage, relentless momentum, and unwavering resolve. Few soldiers, no matter their discipline, could withstand the primal shock of such a charge, often turning and fleeing before the steel made contact. With the bayonet, the gun evolved beyond a mere projectile weapon. It became a versatile instrument of war, bridging the crucial gap between distant firepower and the brutal intimacy of cold steel. In the age of sail, naval ships were not just vessels. They were towering wooden fortresses, bristling with an astonishing array of firepower. These ships of the line represented the pinnacle of maritime engineering, veritable giants on the waves, each carrying well over 100 cannons, arranged across multiple decks. Their very presence projected national power across vast oceans, allowing empires to rise and fall on the strength of their formidable navies. When these leviathans engaged in battle, The spectacle was immense. Broadsides, the simultaneous firing of every cannon on one side of a ship, unleashed staggering walls of iron shot, shaking the very sea with their thunderous roar. Naval battles were intricate, orchestrated duels of maneuver and raw firepower, where ships painstakingly lined up, often sailing parallel to their adversaries, to exchange devastating volleys. Life aboard such a vessel, during combat, was a hellish existence. Cramped decks became a maelstrom of choking black smoke, flying splinters, and the violent recoil of cannons, each requiring a dedicated team of sweating, straining men to reload amidst the chaos. The noise was deafening, the brutality absolute. Yet, it was through rigid discipline and sheer willpower that crews held together, transforming these floating fortresses into effective instruments of war. To witness a ship of the line under full sail, its flag snapping in the wind, its decks alive with gunners preparing for battle, must have been both a magnificent and utterly terrifying sight, a testament to the era where wooden hulls, canvas sails, and iron shot together ruled the seas for centuries. Before the advent of radio, the ability to control an entire fleet spread across miles of open ocean was a monumental challenge. Commanders in the age of sail relied on an ingenious system of signal flags. Admirals devised complex codes where colored banners, hoisted in specific patterns and sequences from the mastheads, carried precise orders. With a few swift flag changes, an admiral could direct dozens of ships to alter course, advance, retreat, or fire in unison, orchestrating grand strategies that unfolded visibly against the backdrop of the sky. At legendary engagements, like the Battle of Trafalgar, entire naval strategies played out through these fluttering signals. Crews had to maintain constant vigilance, their eyes scanning the masts for the admiral's commands, interpreting each change in color and pattern, while storms, fog, or the smoke of battle could quickly obscure visibility, plunging fleets into confusion and chaos. When the system worked, it was a marvel. It transformed scattered vessels into a cohesive, coordinated war machine. Signal flags gave admirals a voice across miles of ocean, ensuring their fleets could act as one body despite the formidable obstacles of wind, waves, and the roar of battle. Though largely ceremonial today, these colorful pennants remain powerful, reminders of an era when threads of cloth carried the immense weight of entire battles, fortunes, and nations. The ironclad warship burst onto the scene of the American Civil War, announcing a new age in naval warfare and rendering centuries of tradition obsolete almost overnight. For generations, the might of navies had been defined by massive wooden ships, their thick timbers a testament to their strength. But with the advent of rifled artillery and explosive shells, these once dominant vessels suddenly became terrifyingly vulnerable. Then came the ironclad. Ships like the USS Monitor and the CSS Virginia, rebuilt from the USS Merrimack, were not just wooden hulls reinforced with iron. They were revolutionary designs, armored with thick plates of metal that simply shrugged off traditional cannon fire. Their legendary duel at Hampton Roads in 1862 was not just a battle, but a global demonstration. It showed the world, with irrefutable clarity, that the era of wooden warships was irrevocably finished. These strange new vessels, low in the water, belching smoke from their funnels, looked unlike anything seen before. Yet, their impact was undeniable. Nations around the globe immediately raced to build their own armored fleets, triggering a frantic naval revolution. For centuries, sailors had trusted in wood and sail, embodying a maritime heritage stretching back millennia. Now, iron and steam suddenly ruled the seas, a potent symbol of industrial might and a testament to how rapidly technology could overturn established order. The sea itself became a testing ground for the future, a new arena where iron walls met iron will. The very idea of a warship hidden beneath the waves, striking from unseen depths, remained the stuff of fantasy for centuries. Yet, in the 19th century, this terrifying concept became a grim reality, forever altering the psychology of naval warfare. Early submarines were crude, experimental craft, often more dangerous to their own crews than to the enemy. Nevertheless, they possessed an unparalleled, terrifying advantage: the ability to sneak beneath enemy ships and strike without warning. The American Civil War saw the first successful underwater attack in history when the Confederate submarine H. Leigh Hunley, a human-powered marvel of desperation, sunk a Union vessel. For sailors on the surface, the knowledge that an invisible enemy might be lurking below created a new, profound sense of dread. No longer did the vast expanse of the ocean or the safety of a calm harbor guarantee security. These pioneering submersibles were claustrophobic, with limited air and notoriously unreliable engines, making every mission a gamble with death for their brave crews. Yet, their strategic potential was too immense to ignore. By the turn of the century, navies worldwide began to embrace submarines as essential weapons, silent hunters poised to dominate the oceans in the wars to come. The age of undersea warfare had begun, fundamentally reshaping the meaning of naval power and introducing a chilling new dimension to combat. Before the era of truly automatic weapons, the Gatling gun stood as a marvel of engineering ingenuity and a harbinger of mechanized killing. Invented in the 1860s by Richard Gatling, this groundbreaking weapon featured multiple rotating barrels, turned by a hand crank, which allowed for a continuous and sustained rate of fire. Unlike single-shot muskets or even early breech-loading rifles, which took precious minutes to reload, the Gatling gun could unleash hundreds of rounds per minute, a deluge of lead, utterly unprecedented for its time. Its devastating output shocked and terrified opponents, literally mowing down advancing troops with relentless, almost surgical precision. Though heavy, cumbersome, and requiring a team to operate, the Gatling gun symbolized a profound shift. Human muscle now powered a machine of destruction, transforming warfare from individual marksmanship to overwhelming volume of fire. Armies quickly adopted them, particularly for defense against mass charges, where they proved to be nearly unstoppable killing machines. The clever design of its rotating barrels helped mitigate overheating, making it far more reliable than earlier, less successful repeating weapons. The Gatling gun was the crucial bridge, linking manual firearms to the fully automatic machine guns that would define the horrors of the 20th century. The distinctive whirring sound of its crank heralded a new era where speed and sheer volume of fire could decide the fate of battles almost instantly, reshaping tactics and forcing armies to confront the terrifying efficiency of mechanized slaughter. In the 19th century, long before the sleek profiles of drones or the silent orbits of satellites, armies discovered that the sky itself could offer an invaluable new vantage point over the battlefield. The solution was as simple as it was audacious. Hot air balloons, tethered to the ground by ropes, lifted observers high above the fray. From this unprecedented altitude, officers gained a panoramic view of the conflict, allowing them to spot enemy troop movements, relay crucial artillery adjustments, and pinpoint hidden positions that were utterly invisible from the ground. During the American Civil War, the Union Army pioneered the use of these aerial sentinels, most famously with the creation of the Union Balloon Corps, led by Professor Thaddeus Lowe. Equipped with telegraphs, observers in these balloons could send real-time messages down the line, establishing an early form of aerial reconnaissance that stunned contemporaries. Soldiers on the ground looked up at these colossal, silently swaying bags of gas with a mixture of awe, unease, and wonder, recognizing that the very air had been transformed into a watchtower. While vulnerable to inclement weather and, eventually, enemy fire, their impact was profound. These fragile, floating observatories undeniably foreshadowed a future where the sky itself would become the battlefield's most decisive dimension, where height would forever mean unparalleled advantage in the ceaseless quest for intelligence. Despite the increasing dominance of firearms by the late 19th century, the thunderous, primal roar of cavalry charges did not vanish overnight. Horses, those ancient companions in war, continued to carry soldiers into battle well into the 20th century, their hooves pounding against a backdrop increasingly defined by machine guns and barbed wire. In the opening months of the First World War, anachronistic cavalry units galloped across open fields, sabers drawn, only to meet devastating, unforgiving rifle and artillery fire, suffering catastrophic losses that underscored the brutal realities of modern combat. Yet, mounted troops stubbornly retained their utility in specific roles. They remained invaluable for swift scouting, rapid raiding missions, and efficiently moving supplies across rugged or undeveloped terrain where nascent motorized vehicles often faltered. Even in the Second World War, though legend sometimes falsely claims Polish cavalry charged German tanks, they famously fought against infantry with surprising effectiveness in certain engagements. Horses endured where early machines proved unreliable, crossing mountains, forests, and swamps where trucks bogged down or could not pass. The remarkable persistence of cavalry into the modern age reveals a fascinating interplay. The deep resilience of military tradition blended with the pragmatic adaptability of warriors who refused to abandon one of humanity's oldest and most loyal allies in the crucible of war. The First World War introduced an invention that did not merely change tactics, but fundamentally reshaped the very geography of battle. The machine gun, capable of firing hundreds of rounds per minute. This terrifying weapon transformed open fields into inescapable killing grounds. Its relentless, sweeping fire made any movement above ground suicidal, forcing soldiers to dig deep, intricate networks of trenches for protection. This left vast, barren zones of churned mud, shattered trees, and tangled barbed wire between opposing lines, stretches that became infamously known as no man's land. These deadly wastelands were aptly named, as any attempt to cross them was instantly met with a hailstorm of bullets, cutting down attackers with terrifying efficiency. The endless, chilling rattle of machine gun fire echoed across the battlefields of Europe for years, creating stalemates that lasted for months on end. Courage alone, no matter how immense, could not overcome the sheer density of bullet belts. Entire divisions were annihilated in futile, suicidal charges against these impregnable defensive lines. This new weapon forced armies to rethink everything, from their basic tactics to the very technology they employed, spurring the desperate invention of tanks, poison gas, and creeping artillery barrages in an attempt to break the deadlock. No Man's Land stands today as one of history's darkest symbols of industrial warfare. Landscapes forever scarred by relentless, indiscriminate fire, where men were forced to live like moles underground, and the very earth itself seemed locked in a war of attrition. In the agonizing deadlock of trench warfare during World War I, engineers sought a revolutionary machine that could defy the impassable landscape. They envisioned a vehicle that could effortlessly traverse barbed wire, withstand a torrent of gunfire, and relentlessly crush enemy trenches. The result, birthed from desperation and ingenuity, was the tank, an armored vehicle on continuous tracks, lumbering forward with an intimidating blend of menace and promise. First unveiled by the British in 1916, these monstrous landships shocked enemies who were utterly unprepared to see steel beasts crawl across the shell-pocked battlefield. Though early models were notoriously unreliable, breaking down as often as they advanced, they represented an undeniable turning point in the art of war. The tank was conceived as a mobile fortress, an impregnable capsule carrying both firepower and protection across the deadly expanse of no man's land, where men alone could not survive. From these rattling, rudimentary prototypes, tanks rapidly evolved into faster, deadlier machines that spearheaded offensive operations in the Second World War and beyond, becoming the quintessential symbol of mechanized warfare. The tank's birth was a testament to human determination to break the immovable, to roll over seemingly insurmountable stalemates with audacious technological innovation. What began as an experimental, often comical-looking contraption transformed into the very embodiment of modern war, steel reshaping mud. A new engine of destruction unleashed. The terrifying image of fire hurled as a weapon is far older than many realize, tracing its origins back to antiquity before its fearsome resurgence in modern conflicts. In ancient Greece, engineers devised rudimentary flamethrowers, using tubes of bronze to project scorching flames onto enemy ships. An early and devastating form of chemical warfare, often shrouded in myth, known as Greek fire. Centuries later, in the brutal crucible of the First World War, flamethrowers returned as modern, industrialized inventions. Soldiers, often strapped with bulky tanks of pressurized fuel on their backs, would spew torrents of liquid fire dozens of feet into enemy trenches and bunkers, creating a horrifying spectacle. The psychological impact of this weapon was immense. Enemies often fled in sheer panic at the mere sight of a flamethrower being prepared for action. Yet, despite their fearsome effectiveness, flamethrowers were also incredibly perilous for their users. Heavy to carry, cumbersome to operate, and deadly if struck by enemy gunfire, which could turn the operator into a human fireball. Despite their limited range and inherent dangers, their unique ability to clear fortified positions, flush out stubborn defenders, and spread terror ensured their continued, if Nike, use well into the 20th century, particularly in the Pacific theater of World War II. Across the millennia, fire has remained both a weapon and a primal symbol, destructive, uncontrollable, and deeply embedded in humanity's oldest fears. A jet of flame, arcing across a battlefield, spoke not just of technological innovation, but of humanity's most ancient and fearsome force harnessed for war. When poison gas first drifted across the Western Front trenches in 1915, soldiers faced an invisible, insidious enemy that redefined the horrors of war. Clouds of chlorine, phosgene, and later, the dreaded mustard gas, rolled silently over the battlefield, burning lungs and eyes, searing skin, and leaving entire units incapacitated or facing agonizing deaths. Panic, raw and visceral, swept through the trenches as men frantically scrambled to cover their faces with anything available, rags soaked in water or even urine. Primitive, desperate defenses against these deadly, unseen vapors. Soon, however, armies developed specialized gas masks. These vital pieces of equipment, with their rubber seals, filtered canisters, and glass lenses, transformed soldiers into strange, bug-eyed, almost alien figures. The gas mask became as essential as the rifle itself, carried at all times, ready to be donned in seconds at the first warning. The haunting image of entire companies, silently enduring bombardments, their faces obscured and voices muffled behind their filters, remains one of the most unsettling symbols of the Great War. Gas made the very air untrustworthy, a weapon that continued to linger and blind long after the shells had ceased falling. The gas mask was humanity's desperate shield against the unseen, a fragile yet vital piece of technology that etched itself indelibly into the collective memory of a generation, a symbol of survival in an environment turned hostile. In the chaotic, nascent skies of the First World War, amidst rudimentary biplanes and unpredictable dogfights, a single pilot rose to legendary status. Manfred von Richthofen, immortalized as the Red Baron, flying a strikingly bright red Fokker Doctor I triplane. He didn't just engage in aerial combat, he elevated it into a deadly art form. at a time when air-to-air fighting was a new, often disorganized endeavor. His distinctive Scarlet aircraft stood out deliberately, a bold symbol of both his personal confidence and a cunning form of psychological warfare. Enemy pilots and ground troops alike learned to fear the sight of those crimson wings diving from above, knowing that death often followed in their wake. For his allies, however, his string of victories, an astonishing 80 confirmed kills, was a source of immense inspiration and morale. The Red Baron's fame rapidly grew far beyond his lifetime, inspiring countless stories, songs, and myths that continue to this day. Yet, behind the legend of the daring ace lay a disciplined tactician, a methodical strategist who meticulously studied angles, speed, and timing to achieve perfection in aerial engagements. His aircraft's audacious color ensured he was never mistaken for another. Even in the blur of a bullet-ridden sky, the Red Baron's crimson streak across the heavens remains an enduring, powerful image, embodying how war, through individuals, can create both profound terror and timeless myth. During the Second World War, secure communication was paramount, yet inherently vulnerable. Enemy forces meticulously intercepted and sought to unravel radio transmissions, desperately trying to expose battle plans and troop movements. Faced with this critical challenge, the United States turned to an extraordinary and ingenious solution. Native American code talkers, speakers of Navajo, Comanche, Choctaw, and other indigenous languages, were recruited and trained to develop complex codes that were virtually impossible for even the most sophisticated enemy intelligence to decipher. Messages transmitted in these obscure, unwritten tongues could travel instantly across battlefields, secure and unbroken, providing a vital edge in critical campaigns. The Navajo Code, in particular, was famously never cracked by the Japanese, playing a crucial, often decisive role in the brutal island-hopping campaigns across the Pacific. For the code talkers themselves, their service represented a profound moment of both patriotism and poignant irony. Their native languages, once actively suppressed by government policy and treated as cultural impediments, became invaluable, indispensable asset to national defense. Their legacy is one of brilliance, resilience, and a powerful reminder that sometimes the most potent weapons are the words we carry, hidden in plain sound, deeply woven from the unique threads of culture and memory. In the years leading up to and during the Second World War, a clandestine scientific breakthrough transformed intelligence, gathering, and battlefield perception. Radar. Scientists developed a technology that could literally see what human eyes could not. By sending out radio waves and detecting their echoes, radar stations could locate aircraft and later ships far beyond the horizon, providing crucial early warning. During the pivotal Battle of Britain, radar proved to be nothing short of decisive. British operators, stationed at their chain home sites, meticulously tracked incoming German bombers, directing their fighter aircraft to intercept with uncanny, almost supernatural precision. To outsiders, It often seemed as if the Royal Air Force possessed an almost mystical ability to always know where and when the enemy would appear. Radar profoundly shifted warfare into a new dimension, where unseen beams of energy shaped strategy and determined outcomes. Its use quickly expanded, guiding ships at sea through fog, protecting cities from aerial assault, and eventually even finding stealthy submarines beneath the waves. Beyond the war, radar became a staple of modern life, integral to air traffic control, navigation, weather forecasting, and even astronomy. But in those tense wartime years, it was a secret edge, a silent hum of science, standing invisibly between survival and defeat. Its invisible lines sweeping the skies, searching for shadows. During the Second World War, the German military placed immense trust in the Enigma machine to secure its most critical communications. This sophisticated electromechanical device, with its intricate rotating wheels and complex electrical circuits, could scramble plain text into millions upon millions of possible combinations, making it theoretically impervious to interception. Each day, the settings of the rotors and plugboard were changed, creating new codes that German commanders believed were absolutely unbreakable. They transmitted vital strategies, U-boat orders, and troop movements across Europe and the Atlantic with an unshakable confidence in Enigma's security. But in hidden rooms, often under immense pressure and in utmost secrecy, Allied mathematicians and cryptanalysts, most famously at Bletchley Park in England, labored tirelessly to crack it. Pioneering minds like Alan Turing and his colleagues built early electromechanical computers, known as bombs, to sift through the mind-boggling number of possibilities. Their eventual breakthroughs revealed the enemy's plans, providing the Allies with invaluable intelligence known as Ultra. This monumental achievement shortened the war by years and saved countless lives, turning the tide in critical campaigns like the Battle of the Atlantic. Enigma machines, some captured after the war, with their intricate keys and rotors, stand today as mechanical puzzles that once held nations in their grip. They are enduring symbols of how human ingenuity, relentless persistence, and collaborative brilliance can pry open even the most guarded secrets, altering the course of history. For centuries, the battleship reigned supreme, a colossal, armored behemoth bristling with an intimidating array of heavy cannons, symbolizing naval power. Yet, during the tumultuous years of the Second World War, a new, revolutionary vessel emerged to claim dominance of the seas: the aircraft carrier. The fundamental shift was profound. Instead of relying on its own guns for direct combat, the carrier carried planes, launching squadrons of aircraft capable of striking enemy targets far beyond the visual horizon, extending naval power exponentially. The devastating reach of this new aerial attack capability was first dramatically demonstrated at Pearl Harbor, where Japan's carrier fleet inflicted catastrophic damage upon the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Later, pivotal battles like Midway definitively confirmed that the era of the battleship was over, replaced by these mobile, floating airfields. Aircraft carriers transformed naval strategy from close range linear duels to vast, mobile air campaigns fought across immense expanses of ocean. Even today, aircraft carriers remain the ultimate symbols of military dominance. Each one, a moving city with thousands aboard, capable of projecting power anywhere on the globe. Their decks now echo with the thunderous roar of jet engines rather than cannon fire, but the underlying principle remains the same. Control of the sea means control of destiny. The carrier, by turning the ocean into a runway, made the sky as decisive as the waves below. As the Second World War lurched towards its grim conclusion, Japanese pilots undertook desperate, unprecedented missions that stunned the Allied world. The kamikaze attacks, known as Divine Wind, these were suicide attacks where pilots, often young and inexperienced, deliberately crashed their planes, laden with explosives and fuel, into enemy ships. The aircraft, in effect, became living missiles, guided by human will to ensure a hit. For Allied sailors, the sight of a plane diving directly at their vessel was profoundly terrifying, a unique psychological torment that transcended conventional warfare. The damage inflicted could be catastrophic. Ships burned, exploded, and capsized, with crews scrambling desperately to survive, and losses mounted despite layers of defensive fire. To the pilots, often pressured or indoctrinated into their roles, it was framed as a final, supreme act of sacrifice, a manifestation of honor and duty to their emperor and nation. Kamikaze attacks revealed both the utter desperation and the unyielding resolve of a nation facing inevitable defeat, marking a grim and disturbing shift in warfare, where human lives themselves became the ultimate weapon. The memory of those blazing, determined dives remains etched into the harrowing story of the Pacific War, a chilling testament to the extremes of combat. The Second World War witnessed the birth of a new kind of soldier, one who literally descended from the heavens. The paratrooper, carried aloft in vast transport planes. These elite troops leapt into the pitch-black night, their parachutes billowing silently as they drifted toward enemy territory, often far behind enemy lines. At Normandy, in the pre-dawn hours of D-Day, thousands of Allied paratroopers dropped behind German defenses, scattered across hedgerows, fields, and villages. Their mission to sow chaos and secure vital objectives. The jump itself was a perilous undertaking. Anti-aircraft fire often lit up the night sky. Winds carried men miles off course from their designated drop zones, and their heavy equipment often weighed them down, making landings dangerous. Yet, when they landed, these soldiers struck swiftly, seizing bridges, roads, and key defensive positions, bravely preparing the way for the massive main invasion force arriving by sea. Paratroopers embodied both extraordinary courage and profound uncertainty, descending unseen into hostile ground with minimal support. Their missions, disproportionate to their numbers, often determined the fate of larger campaigns. To fall from the night sky, trusting only silk and sheer luck, was to embody the raw daring of modern war. soldiers quite literally dropped into their destiny. The gargantuan invasion of Normandy in 1944, a feat of unprecedented military daring, required not only immense bravery, but also logistics on a staggering, previously unimaginable scale. Central to the success of this monumental undertaking was a deceptively humble craft, the Higgins boat, formerly known as the landing craft, Vehicle Personnel LCVP. With its distinctive flat bottom and ramped front, this ingenious vessel could carry fully equipped soldiers and even light vehicles directly from transport ships to shore, grounding itself on the beaches before dropping its ramp for troops to storm forward under fire. Without it, the mass landing of armored vehicles and hundreds of thousands of infantry across heavily defended beaches would have been nearly impossible. Designed in Louisiana by the visionary Andrew Higgins, the boat's simple yet robust construction allowed thousands to be built rapidly, churning them out like war material. On D-Day, wave after relentless wave of Higgins boats delivered men into the chaos of machine gun fire and crashing surf. Survivors would forever remember the creak of wood, the roar of engines, the sudden, jarring crash as the ramp dropped into the sea, and the terrifying dash into battle. The Higgins boat was not glamorous. It was a utilitarian workhorse. But it was absolutely indispensable. Truly, the crucial bridge between the sea and the battle for Europe. A silent hero of the greatest amphibious assault in history. During the Second World War, the American M4 Sherman tank emerged as the ubiquitous workhorse of the Allied armored forces. It was by no means the most powerful tank on the battlefield. German Tigers and Panthers often outgunned and out-armored it. Yet, the Sherman's true strength lay in its remarkable reliability, its inherent adaptability, and, crucially, the staggering numbers in which it was produced. American factories churned out tens of thousands of Shermans, supplying not only U.S. forces, but also British, Canadian, and Soviet armies across Europe, Africa, and the Pacific. Crews learned to rely on its mechanical dependability, appreciating that it could be repaired quickly in the field, often by its own crew, keeping it in the fight. Shermans proved incredibly versatile, modified with flamethrowers, amphibious gear, or heavier guns for various specialized roles. Their true tactical power resided in numbers and coordinated assaults. Where one Sherman faltered, a dozen more pressed forward, overwhelming the enemy through sheer force. For soldiers climbing into a Sherman, it meant joining a vast, rolling tide of steel, a symbol of American industrial might. The Sherman was proof that in the crucible of war, quantity, resilience, and logistical superiority could, and often did, overwhelm even the most formidable individual opponents. In the closing, desperate years of the Second World War, German engineers unveiled a weapon unlike any before it, the V-2 rocket. This revolutionary creation was the world's first true ballistic missile. Launched vertically, it would soar silently into the stratosphere, exiting the Earth's atmosphere before plunging back down at supersonic speeds, striking its target without warning, Unlike traditional bombers, once a V-2 was launched, it was virtually impossible to intercept, its descent too fast for any existing air defenses. London, Antwerp, and other Allied cities suffered sudden, catastrophic explosions as these silent missiles fell from the sky, bringing terror and destruction with no forewarning. The V-2 was terrifying not only for the physical devastation it wrought, but for what it represented: the chilling dawn of long-range guided warfare, a future where war could arrive unseen and unstoppable from above. After the war, captured V-2s and their brilliant and often controversial scientists were instrumental in fueling both the American and Soviet space programs, directly turning these weapons of terror into the foundations of the rockets that would one day carry humanity to the moon. Yet, in its time, the V-2 symbolized sheer dread, a silent shadow over cities, a weapon that arrived too fast to flee and too advanced to stop, irrevocably reshaping both the nature of warfare and the future of technology. In the tense, uncertain decades following the Second World War, as nuclear weapons reshaped the entire landscape of military strategy, one of the most chilling and consequential developments was the emergence of the nuclear submarine. These colossal vessels, known colloquially as boomers from ballistic missile submarine, were capable of staying hidden deep beneath the oceans for months on end, carrying an arsenal of ballistic missiles designed to annihilate entire cities. They formed a critical component of the Cold War's doctrine of deterrence, ensuring that even if a nation suffered a devastating first strike, it possessed the unquestionable ability to retaliate from the impenetrable depths, guaranteeing mutually assured destruction. Crews aboard these submarines lived an existence defined by profound secrecy and isolation, cut off from the world above, patrolling silently under endless waves, the weight of global annihilation resting on their shoulders. The very imagination of an unseen fleet lurking below, armed with such unimaginable power, was unsettling for both world leaders and civilians alike. These submarines became stark symbols of both security and terror, paradoxical guardians of an uneasy peace, maintained solely through the terrifying threat of devastation. In the Cold War, the sea was no longer just a battlefield. It had become the silent, patient hiding place of doomsday itself, waiting in the darkness below. Before intercontinental ballistic missiles became the dominant deterrent force, nuclear bombers formed the strategic backbone of deterrence during the early decades of the Cold War. Vast, imposing aircraft like the American B-52 Stratofortress were specifically designed to carry immense nuclear payloads across continents, projecting power and fear across the globe. During the most tense periods of the Cold War, some missions required these bombers to remain airborne for entire days, circling constantly, ever ready to strike at a moment's notice. Sophisticated aerial refueling operations allowed them to stay aloft for these extended periods, with crews rotating through long, exhausting shifts in the claustrophobic confines of the aircraft. For those inside, it was a strange, disquieting existence, a blend of mundane routine and an ever-present, apocalyptic readiness. The constant, droning hum of the engines became the unsettling soundtrack of a world balanced precariously on the edge of destruction. These bombers symbolized both profound vulnerability, if intercepted, and unyielding resolve. A stark reminder that at any hour, catastrophe could unfold from the skies. Though missiles would eventually take precedence, the long, ominous shadows of nuclear bombers still stretch across history, their wings a constant, uneasy presence in the Cold War skies. When the first spy satellites were launched during the Cold War, they ushered in a revolutionary transformation in intelligence gathering. Nations were no longer limited to reconnaissance aircraft that risked being shot down over hostile territory. Instead, sophisticated cameras orbiting hundreds of miles above the Earth could capture incredibly detailed images of military bases, missile silos, troop movements, and industrial sites, all from the secure vantage point of space. Early satellites even employed ingenious methods to return their film, often dropping it in special parachute pots that were then snatched mid-air by waiting aircraft. For generals and precedents, the clarity and sheer scope of these photographs were astonishing. Secrets once meticulously hidden behind national borders were suddenly laid bare, visible from orbit. Spy satellites dramatically reduced the risk of surprise attacks, providing undeniable evidence of arms buildups, verifying or refuting claims of treaty compliance, and giving leaders unprecedented insight into their adversaries' capabilities and intentions. Their presence was invisible to the vast majority of people below, yet their impact was immense, shaping diplomatic and military strategy. The Cold War, in essence, was as much a contest of eyes as it was of weapons, and satellites became the silent, watchful guardians, continuously recording from above, turning the heavens into the ultimate, omnipresent observation post. By the late 20th century, air defense systems had evolved to such sophistication that simply flying fast or high was no longer enough for an aircraft to guarantee survival. The next frontier in aviation was invisibility, the ability to vanish from radar itself. This challenge led to the revolutionary development of stealth aircraft. Engineers designed these planes with radical, angled surfaces and coated them with radar-absorbing materials that deflected and dissipated radar signals, effectively making them disappear from enemy screens. The result was aircraft like the F-117 Nighthawk, a strange, faceted machine that looked less like a conventional plane and more like a futuristic sculpture or a jagged shard of obsidian. Flying predominantly at night, the F-117 and subsequent stealth aircraft could slip undetected past the most advanced enemy defenses, delivering precision strikes with unparalleled impunity. The psychological impact on an enemy who knew they were being attacked by an unseen foe was profound, further enhancing the strategic advantage. Stealth technology embodied a new paradigm in air warfare, where not being seen was more crucial than speed or sheer firepower. It was a testament to the relentless pursuit of technological superiority, ushering in an era where unseen dominance in the skies became the ultimate tactical advantage. To those caught in the maelstrom of modern warfare, whether soldier or civilian, stealth technology redefined the very essence of danger. From the ground, it felt as if the heavens themselves had turned against them, delivering unseen, unsignaled blows. This wasn't merely a change in weaponry, it was a revolution in strategic thought, empowering nations with the terrifying capability to strike first and vanish without a trace, wielding an invisible hammer against an unsuspecting anvil. These aircraft, despite their immense cost and intricate engineering, represented the pinnacle of contemporary combat design. They were not built to inspire awe through their presence or overwhelm with overt power, but rather to excel in absence. Their dark, angular forms, meticulously shaped to deflect radar waves, carried a chilling paradox. The fear of what you times couldn't times see, combined with the devastating power that invisibility granted. They were ghost machines, silent harbingers of destruction that altered the very perception of airspace. Night vision technology transformed the ancient relationship between warriors and darkness. For millennia, the cloak of night had been a fickle ally or a terrifying enemy for soldiers. Armies moved cautiously, if at all, after dusk, their vision limited to the meager glow of flickering torches, making night attacks a source of profound dread and chaos. But with the advent of the 20th century, technology bestowed upon warriors a new sense. Night vision, initially a crude invention during the crucible of World War II, and rigorously refined throughout the shadowy depths of the Cold War, harnessed the subtle emissions of infrared light. It painted the world in an eerie, monochromatic green, revealing shapes and movements previously swallowed by the blackness. Suddenly, treacherous shadows became discernible landscapes, and previously invisible movements of the enemy glowed with a spectral luminescence. No longer did soldiers need revealing lanterns or flares to navigate, aim, and engage. This newfound visual dominion fundamentally reshaped battlefield tactics. Darkness ceased to be a blanket of concealment for all, morphing instead into a precisely illuminated stage for the initiated, the iconic image of elite troops with their glowing, insect-like lenses became a stark fusion of futuristic fiction and grim reality. Night vision irrevocably shifted the psychological scales, turning midnight from an impenetrable veil of uncertainty into an open field of lethal possibility. The night itself was no longer a sanctuary. Into these newly illuminated or rendered invisible skies soared drones, rewriting the rules of aerial combat. For centuries, aircraft demanded brave pilots, strapping themselves into flying machines, willing to face mortal danger. Now, unmanned aerial vehicles UAVs, known as drones, navigate battlefields under the remote guidance of operators thousands of miles away, detached from the immediate risk of their actions. Initially, these robotic birds were confined to reconnaissance, quietly circling high above, their cameras collecting invaluable intelligence. Yet, their evolution was swift and decisive. They soon bristled with weaponry, launching precision-guided missiles onto targets far below. Their enduring presence dramatically altered the rhythm of warfare, offering persistent aerial surveillance and strike capabilities for hours, even days, without the need for pilot rotation or rest. To those on the ground, drones became an omnipresent, invisible menace. A faint buzz overhead could precede an unforeseen, devastating strike. However, their rise also ignited profound ethical debates, probing uncomfortable questions about the moral distance between operator and target, the accountability for remote actions, and the chilling human cost of a war fought from afar. In a strange echo of the 19th century observation balloons, drones offered eyes in the sky, but with the terrifying addition of lethal fangs. This drone age vividly illustrates how machines have steadily encroached upon roles once exclusive to human courage and sacrifice, rendering the battlefield sky simultaneously emptier of human presence, yet paradoxically more crowded with unseen mechanical watchers. Cyber warfare emerged as the newest, most insidious battlefield. Not all modern conflicts are waged with the thunder of bullets and bombs. In the 21st century, the very fabric of our interconnected world became a theater of war. Malicious hackers, often state-sponsored, infiltrate vital systems, plundering classified secrets, crippling national power grids, or even paralyzing critical infrastructure without a single shot fired. Nations now deploy sophisticated digital arsenals, capable of silencing communication networks, freezing financial markets, or bringing essential services to a halt. The front lines of this unseen war now encompass every personal computer, every satellite link, and every humming server farm, quietly processing data in distant, anonymous warehouses. Unlike conventional warfare, cyber attacks can be launched with breathtaking speed, traversing oceans in mere seconds, often cloaked in anonymity, making attribution a complex challenge. Victories in this domain are measured not in territory gained but in stolen data troves, silenced screens, or disrupted supply chains. For civilians, the effects can remain imperceptible until the lights suddenly flicker out, banks freeze, or essential messages vanish into the digital ether. Cyber warfare reflects a profound shift in humanity's vulnerabilities. Our ever-deepening dependence on technology has inadvertently created this new attack surface, and our conflicts have inevitably spilled over into this unseen virtual domain. The front line is no longer a physical boundary. It is everywhere and nowhere, all at once. Ancient fort walls were once the very embodiment of urban life and defense. In an age far removed from modern conflict, war and daily existence were inextricably woven together within the protective embrace of towering stone walls. Fortified cities, veritable bastions of civilization, sprung up across the fertile crescent of Mesopotamia, the rugged landscapes of Greece, and far beyond. These colossal walls were more than mere defensive barriers. They were the very skeleton of society, housing homes, bustling markets, sacred temples, and the entirety of civic life within their formidable confines. Citizens lived under a perpetual umbrella of protection, acutely aware that invaders could descend upon them at any moment. Such fortresses served as both sanctuary from sudden raids and, ironically, a potential trap during prolonged sieges. The construction of these walls was an undertaking of immense scale, demanding the collective labor of thousands to quarry, transport, and painstakingly stack stone into defenses designed to endure for centuries. Some, like the legendary walls of Jericho, date back over 8,000 years, standing as some of humanity's earliest monumental achievements. Within these stony cocoons, life thrived, commerce bustled, families grew, and leaders governed, all under the inescapable shadow of potential war. Ancient fortifications serve as a powerful reminder that for much of human history, survival itself was synonymous with building communities armored in stone. To conquer these towering stone guardians, besieging armies turned to massive wooden siege towers that slowly, relentlessly crawled toward castle walls. Rising to match the height of the very defenses they assailed, these colossal wooden machines advanced on wheels, often protected by thick animal hides to resist fire and arrows. Inside their cramped, dark interiors, soldiers ascended crude ladders, preparing to pour across the battlements once the tower's gangplank bridged the deadly chasm. The sight of this mechanical leviathan, inching closer day by day, was a source of profound dread and terror for the defenders. Arrows rained down, stones were hurled, and boiling liquids cascaded. Yet the towers continued their inexorable advance. Relentless machines of wood, iron, and unyielding will, huddled within. Attackers endured claustrophobic darkness, the tension mounting as they awaited the agonizing moment to storm upward into the savage chaos of hand-to-hand combat. Siege towers were not just engineering feats, they were embodiments of an army's determination, a stubborn refusal to let an enemy's walls dictate fate. They were both marvels of ancient engineering and looming nightmares. Wooden giants, advancing against stone giants, transforming sieges into harrowing battles of patience, ingenuity, and dread. Among the most devastating engines of medieval siege warfare was the Trebuchet, a vast catapult powered not by the twisting tension of ropes, but by the sheer, brutal swing of a massive counterweight. With a thunderous release, the counterweight plummeted, imparting immense force to a sling that whipped upward, launching massive stones, flaming firepots, or even disease-ridden carcasses high into enemy fortresses. The range of these machines was astonishing, sending projectiles hundreds of yards in devastating, parabolic arcs, smashing through formidable towers and relentlessly battering thick walls. Trebuchets were as much psychological weapons as physical ones. Defenders watched with chilling helplessness as each colossal shot arced toward them. The only sound, the groaning of stressed timbers and the whistling of the projectile, knowing that the next impact could bring their stronghold crashing down. Building such gargantuan machines required the collective effort of skilled carpenters, resourceful engineers, and vast supplies of timber, effectively turning warfare into an immense feat of construction and logistics. Unlike the smoky, deafening cannons that would follow, trebuchets operated with a more primal, terrifying silence. Only the creak of wood, the rush of air, and then the earth-shattering crash of impact. They were the true giants of their age, blending ingenious physics with brute force. Powerful reminders that human ingenuity could harness even gravity itself, turning it into a fearsome weapon against stone and steel. Legends often paint a dramatic picture of medieval defenders pouring boiling oil from castle walls onto their attackers. In truth, oil was a far too valuable and scarce commodity to waste in such abundance. What was far more common and terrifyingly effective was superheated sand, fine grain, heated over roaring fires until incandescent, could be poured through narrow murder holes and crenellations onto the besieging force below. The insidious sand would slip through armor joints, burning skin and searing flesh in ways water or oil could not, adhering to skin and causing agonizing, deep tissue burns. Soldiers, desperate to remove the scorching grains, often clawed at themselves, worsening the injury and spreading the burning agony. Other equally brutal substances included quicklime, a powdery material that could blind eyes when inhaled or splashed, or simply massive stones and logs hurled down with bone-crushing force. Defenders used what was practical and readily available, not what was dramatically cinematic, but the results were no less terrifying. The myth of boiling oil persists because of its visceral horror, but history reveals that clever, simple materials, mere grains of sand, or powdery lime, often became the most vicious and effective tools of medieval defense. The castle wall itself, however, was only one layer of danger in a world of constant conflict. On the unforgiving decks of wooden warships, sailors relied on a brutal versatility, carrying tools that doubled as weapons. One such indispensable instrument was the naval boarding axe, a compact yet potent weapon featuring a sharp, curved blade on one side and a robust spike or hammerhead on the other. In the brief lulls of peace, this axe was a lifeline, used to cut through tangled rigging, clear wreckage after a storm, or even hack through burning timbers to halt a ship fire's relentless spread. But when the clash of battle erupted, the boarding axe transformed into a lethal extension of the sailor's will. Seamen swung them to slash through enemy ship rigging, crippling their sails and masts, or wielded them in brutal, close-quarters combat once ships grappled and boarding parties surged across decks. Their dual purpose made them utterly indispensable, neither purely a tool nor exclusively a weapon, but both at once. The boarding axe encapsulated the raw, unforgiving practicality of naval warfare, where survival demanded adaptability and every object had to serve multiple, crucial roles. In the smoke-choked, wave-tossed chaos of a sea battle, it was both a means of survival and a deadly blade. When the specter of pirates loomed over merchant vessels, captains employed clever, often desperate, defensive measures. One particularly ingenious tactic was the boarding net. These heavy-duty meshes were stretched taut along the sides of ships, rising like formidable barriers high above the deck. Pirates, attempting to leap aboard, found themselves ensnared, tangled in the unforgiving ropes, exposed and vulnerable to counterattack as defending sailors struck from above with spears and axes. Some nets were even reinforced with tar-soaked ropes. making them resistant to cutting, or, more viciously, lined with razor-sharp blades. In the sudden, frenzied clash of a boarding attempt, these nets could literally mean the difference between capture and survival for the crew. Pirates, ever resourceful, quickly devised their own countermeasures, using grappling hooks, long poles, or sheer, brutal determination to overcome them. But even a brief delay often bought precious time for defenders to rally and fight back. Boarding nets reveal the intimate, brutal nature of naval combat, where survival often hinged not on the thunder of great cannons, but on a few feet of rope stretched taut, holding back chaos and saving lives from the very edge of the abyss. Across disparate cultures and throughout history, the resonating thrum of war drums transcended mere sound, carrying rhythms of both command and primal fear. In the vast lands of Africa, colossal drums boomed across battlefields, their deep vibrations stirring the courage within warriors while simultaneously sending shivers of unsettling dread through their enemies. Among the mighty Ottoman armies, the metabands pounded massive kettle drums and clashed cymbals with a relentless ferocity, filling the air with a deafening wall of sound that shattered nerves long before swords ever met. Native American tribes utilized drums not only to rally their warriors, but also to summon spiritual strength, their ancient beats echoing with meaning far beyond simple strategy. For armies, this synchronized rhythm fostered an invaluable sense of unity, keeping lines steady, guiding complex maneuvers through the chaos of battle, and maintaining morale. But for those on the receiving end, facing the relentless advance heralded by such a rhythmic assault, the sound could feel like a monstrous heartbeat, magnified 1,000-fold, a terrifying, inescapable omen of what was to come. War drums serve as a profound reminder that sound itself is a potent weapon, capable of striking fear into the mind before any blade ever touches the body. In every culture, the beat of war was never just noise, it was the very pulse of battle, echoing a primal call to arms or a dirge of impending doom. From the earliest dawn of civilization, war horns served as the booming heralds of entire armies, their voices echoing across vast valleys and open plains. The Roman times, Cornu times, and times to be times blared their distinctive tones, cutting through the din of battle to signal formations to advance, retreat, or wheel into new positions. In the sacred texts of the Hebrew Bible, the times, shofar times, was sounded not only to inspire warriors with divine presence, but also to announce momentous occasions. Norse sagas speak of horns calling Viking warriors to arms, their powerful echoes carrying across treacherous fjords, summoning men to glory or Valhalla. The sheer volume and distinctiveness of these instruments had a crucial psychological effect. They amplified the perceived size of armies, making them seem larger and far more fearsome than they actually were. Horns could also sow confusion among enemies, who might misinterpret the signals or conjure visions of phantom reinforcements approaching. To hear the sustained, piercing note of a war horn was to feel a visceral blend of dread and anticipation, a sound that transcended language barriers and struck directly at the heart. Even in our modern age, Bugles and ceremonial horns endure in military traditions, faint echoes of a time when the mere breath through brass could direct thousands. The horn was not only a tool for communication but often felt like a voice of destiny, heralding battle before a single sword was ever drawn. For many warrior cultures, the preparation for battle was not solely about sharpening weapons. It was about a profound transformation. Body paint turned fighters into fearsome, otherworldly visions, their skin streaked with colors that carried deep symbolic meaning and spiritual power. Ancient Celtic warriors were famously said to paint themselves with time's woad asterisk, a blue dye that gave them a ghostly, ethereal appearance, designed to terrify their Roman adversaries. Native American warriors employed intricate patterns of red, black, and white, each hue signifying different aspects of war: courage, mourning, or spiritual connection. The Māori of New Zealand combined striking body paint with intricate times tā moko, times facial and body tattoos, their faces and bodies becoming living, dynamic masks of intimidation and ancestral pride. Paint was, therefore, both a potent psychological weapon and a form of spiritual armor, a visible shield of identity, belief, and meaning. To witness an enemy adorned in stark, vivid colors was to face not just a man, but a powerful presence, something larger, ancestral, elemental. Body paint was war art, a potent reminder that the battlefield is not merely a physical space, but a symbolic one, where fear itself is meticulously crafted and wielded as a weapon. Though modern armies now meticulously apply digitized greens and browns to their uniforms, the ancient art of blending seamlessly with one's surroundings predates sophisticated textiles by millennia. Hunters and warriors across countless cultures instinctively grasped that survival often hinged on invisibility. Native American fighters ingeniously used mud, foliage, and ash to become one with the forests and plains. In feudal Japan, the elusive ninja relied on specially dyed dark clothing to melt effortlessly into shadows. In Africa, skilled hunters coated themselves in dust and leaves, becoming indistinguishable from the bush as they stalked prey or enemies. Even as late as the 18th century, some European light infantry units bravely broke from the tradition of brightly colored uniforms, adopting duller, more muted hues to better hide within varied terrain. While true standardized camouflage uniforms wouldn't appear until the early 20th century, the fundamental principle remained universal: to vanish into the environment, to paint, cover, or clothe oneself in nature's own palette was to enlist the earth as an ally, transforming the visible self into an unseen advantage, and making invisibility a crucial, often life-saving, tactic for survival on the battlefield. One of the most cunning and effective strategies in military history was the feigned retreat. Warriors would artfully pretend to flee in panic, luring eager, often overconfident, enemies into a headlong pursuit, only to suddenly turn and counterattack with devastating precision. The legendary Mongols perfected this tactic, galloping away while simultaneously unleashing a hail of arrows backwards from horseback, drawing their foes into carefully laid traps where hidden riders or archers lay in wait. The resourceful Vikings also employed such ruses, strategically abandoning camps or ships to tempt overly bold pursuers into vulnerable positions. Even in medieval Europe, astute commanders recognized the strategic value of presenting apparent weakness as a mask for hidden strength. The feigned retreat demanded extraordinary discipline. The panic had to be utterly convincing. Yet the troops needed to wheel back into perfect fighting order at the precise moment. To fall for such a deception was not only humiliating, but often catastrophic. It stands as a powerful reminder that warfare is not merely about brute strength of arms, but about the keenness of mind, where a strategic retreat can cunningly become the very beginning of victory. In the vast armies of ancient Rome, not all warriors marched on two legs. Thus, specially bred for their immense strength and ferocity, marched alongside the formidable legions, serving as both loyal companions and terrifying weapons, known as Molossian hounds. These powerful animals were sometimes outfitted with their own custom armor. Spiked collars protected their vulnerable throats. Bronze or leather plates shielded their backs, and some were even equipped with blades attached to their sides, turning them into living, tearing weapons, trained to charge fearlessly into enemy lines. They sowed widespread fear and confusion, snapping at horses and men alike, disrupting formations, and creating vital openings. Roman writers vividly described these war dogs as relentless, refusing to back down even against overwhelming odds. Beyond the chaos of battle, they also served as vigilant guards for camps and sentinels during long, arduous marches. The armored war dog stood as both a potent symbol and a practical tool of Roman might, embodying unwavering loyalty and primal ferocity. They offer a poignant reminder that humanity's oldest companions were also drawn into its darkest struggles, fighting side by side with soldiers in the dusty, bloody theater of empire. In an age before the instantaneous communication of radios and satellites, armies turned to one of nature's most reliable navigators, the homing pigeon. These remarkable birds, painstakingly trained to instinctively fly back to their home lofts over vast distances, carried vital messages in tiny capsules meticulously strapped to their legs. During the brutal trench warfare of the First World War, pigeons became indispensable, soaring over battlefields too dangerous for human runners or vulnerable telegraph lines. One particularly heroic pigeon, named Cher Ami, delivered a crucial message despite being shot through the chest and losing a leg, ultimately saving the lives of nearly 200 trapped American soldiers. Their invaluable service continued into the Second World War, where pigeons often succeeded in delivering intelligence when more advanced radio systems failed. Silent, swift, and tireless, these humble heroes, with their fragile wings, carrying words that spelled either survival or disaster, were truly unsung. After the wars concluded, some pigeons were even decorated for their bravery. Their stories, a testament to the fact that victory sometimes depended not on machines of steel, but on the unwavering instincts and resilience of fragile creatures. War elephants were far more than just massive beasts of intimidation. They were dynamic platforms of immense power. Armies across India, Persia, and beyond harnessed these colossal animals, fitting them with imposing wooden towers, or howdas, securely strapped to their broad backs. From these elevated, mobile fortresses, archers and spear throwers could rain down a devastating barrage of missiles upon enemies, shielded by the sheer bulk of their living citadel. The psychological effect was profound. To confront a moving wall of elephants, bearing armed soldiers aloft, was to face both animal and army in a single, terrifying entity. The elephants themselves were often armored, their formidable tusks sometimes tipped with sharpened iron. Yet, controlling these magnificent creatures in the chaos of battle was notoriously difficult. In a panicked rout, they could inadvertently trample their own side. Still, the awe-inspiring image of elephants carrying towers of warriors across ancient plains remains one of the most striking in military history. They were at once potent symbols of kingship, devastating engines of war, and powerful reminders that even the natural world was conscripted into humanity's endless battles. Across the vast expanses of the Pacific and in various regions of Africa, warfare was waged, not from the impregnable defenses of castles or the thundering charge of cavalry, but from magnificent war canoes. These vessels, meticulously carved from massive tree trunks or expertly assembled with planks, could stretch over 100 feet in length, carrying entire war parties across treacherous rivers, expansive lakes, and open seas. In Polynesia, canoes adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant feathers transported revered chiefs and fearsome warriors to distant islands, their sails billowing and paddles flashing rhythmically across the waves. In Africa, great canoes carried hundreds of warriors down the mighty Niger River, forming swift-moving flotillas that could strike suddenly before vanishing back into labyrinthine waterways. The sheer size and craftsmanship of these canoes were astonishing. Some required the coordinated efforts of dozens of paddlers, moving in perfect unison, their chants and drums maintaining a powerful, unified rhythm. To witness such a vessel glide silently toward shore, bristling with armed men, was both a beautiful display of indigenous engineering and a terrifying harbinger of conflict. These canoes were, in essence, floating armies, extensions of land power, transformed into formidable waterborne might. Among the more fearsome and truly barbaric inventions of ancient warfare were the scythed chariots. These were no ordinary vehicles, but instruments of terror incarnate. Chariots fitted with long, curved blades extending outwards from their axles. As they charged at breakneck speed through enemy ranks, these whirling blades sliced and tore, cutting down soldiers in gruesome, sweeping arcs of destruction. Originating in the armies of Persia and later adopted by various other cultures, scythed chariots were primarily designed to shatter enemy formations through sheer, primal panic as much as through physical destruction. The horses galloped forward, propelling the whirling blades that turned the very ground into a chaotic maelstrom of dismemberment. However, their overall effectiveness was often debated. Well-disciplined troops could sometimes hold their formation, allowing the chariots to pass through with limited damage, albeit at a horrifying cost. Nevertheless, the indelible image of spinning blades tearing across a battlefield left a lasting impression of terror. They symbolize humanity's willingness to weaponize ingenuity in truly unsettling ways, transforming a mode of transport into an engine of terror, wheels into weapons, and speed into utter devastation. While attackers relentlessly devised ever more elaborate siege engines, defenders often relied on clever, brutally simple methods. One such effective tactic for defending castle gates and walls was pouring boiling water over invaders attempting to breach the entrance or scale ladders. Heated in massive cauldrons, the scalding water seared flesh even through armor, seeking out joints and seams, leaving agonizing burns that were impossible to ignore in the chaotic melee of battle. Unlike scarce and valuable oil, water was plentiful and readily available, making it a highly efficient weapon. Some ingenious defenders even added salt or grit to the water, making the burns deeper, more painful, and more difficult to treat. Attackers who survived such an ordeal often carried disfiguring scars for life, a permanent reminder of the extreme danger of pressing too close to fortified walls. Pouring boiling water was more than mere cruelty. It was a devastatingly effective strategy, a way to amplify the strength of a smaller defensive force against more numerous and better armed foes. Castles were not passive walls of stone. They were active machines of defense, where every opening could unleash sudden, agonizing pain from above. When the advent of cannons rendered tall, vertical castle walls obsolete, military architects brilliantly devised a revolutionary new design: the Star Fort. With its characteristic angled bastions jutting out like the points of a star, these fortresses were engineered to absorb and deflect cannon fire in ways that traditional square or round towers simply could not. Sloped earthworks softened the impact of cannonballs, while overlapping lines of fire from the bastions ensured that any attacking force faced a deadly, inescapable crossfire from every conceivable angle. Seen from above, their intricate, geometric patterns resembled elegant, purposeful flowers etched into the landscape. Italy pioneered this innovative design in the 15th century, but the concept of the Star Fort quickly spread across Europe, Asia, and the Americas. They became the guardians of vital colonial outposts, strategic cities, and bustling harbors. Their low, sprawling forms blending deceptively into the natural terrain. Many survive to this day, their grassy ramparts subtly masking the fearsome, defensive purpose for which they were originally built. Star forts represent a powerful fusion of mathematics, geometry, and the art of war, irrefutable proof that as offensive weapons evolved, so too did the ingenious art of defense, turning scientific principles into a means of survival. Throughout the annals of history, fire has been both a vital ally and a terrifying force at sea. When naval battles spiraled into desperation, some commanders resorted to an extreme measure, transforming their own ships into weapons of pure destruction, known as fire ships. Old or expendable vessels were purposefully crammed with highly flammable materials, pitch, tar, oil, and dry kindling, then deliberately set ablaze and sent drifting, often with the wind or current, directly into enemy fleets. The horrifying sight of a flaming ship, its sails ablaze and timbers crackling like a monstrous inferno, inevitably sent enemy sailors into a panic. Fire, once unleashed, spread with terrifying rapidity across wooden decks, ropes, and sails, threatening to engulf entire squadrons in a fiery maelstrom. Fire ships were a tactic employed by the ancient Greeks, by the English against the formidable Spanish Armada, and by countless others across naval history. Controlling these infernal vessels was nearly impossible once they were lit. Crews typically abandoned them at the last possible moment, rowing frantically to safety. Though unpredictable and often a last resort, fire ships symbolized the desperate ingenuity born of naval warfare. They transformed vessels of wood and sail into floating infernos. A stark reminder that sometimes the greatest weapon available was destruction itself, unleashed with devastating effect upon the open sea. In the disciplined ranks of ancient Greece, the phalanx formation became the unyielding cornerstone of their military prowess. Hoplites, heavily armed infantrymen, stood shoulder to shoulder, their massive shields overlapping to form an impenetrable wall, with their long spears bristling outwards in dense, terrifying rows. Individually, each soldier was vulnerable, but together, in their rigid, collective strength, they became an almost unstoppable force. The phalanx moved as a single, deliberate body, advancing slowly, pressing forward with the combined might of shield and spear, until enemy lines buckled and broke under the relentless wall of bronze. Discipline was paramount. If even a few men faltered or broke rank, the entire formation could unravel, leading to catastrophic defeat. The phalanx epitomized the Greek belief in collective strength, that survival and victory stemmed from unity, not from individual heroism. In legendary battles such as Marathon and Thermopylae, the phalanx proved its devastating power against numerically superior forces. Yet, it had its limitations. Rough terrain or highly flexible tactics could disrupt its cohesion. Still, for centuries, the phalanx dominated battlefields, a living human machine built from mutual trust, unwavering discipline, and a shared destiny. To march within its ranks was to become an integral part of something far larger than oneself. Flags, banners, and war standards have always carried profound meaning, transcending mere cloth and color to become potent symbols of identity, honor, and inspiration. In ancient Rome, a legion's eagle standard, times Aquila, times was guarded with almost sacred devotion. Its loss was considered a catastrophic dishonor, a psychological blow far greater than any physical defeat. Across diverse cultures, standards served as crucial rallying points, providing both collective identity and vital inspiration for troops on chaotic battlefields. Amidst the swirling dust and din of combat, men instinctively looked for their banner to orient themselves, to know where their comrades stood. and where they should commit their fight. Enemies, conversely, desperately sought to capture these standards, understanding that the psychological blow inflicted by their loss was often as devastating as any physical toll. These standards often bore powerful symbols of faith, kingship, or ancestral heritage. Dragons, crosses, suns, eagles transforming fabric into undeniable power. Even today, military flags are carried with deep reverence in ceremonies around the world, echoing the battlefield intensity of millennia past. A standard was more than a mere marker. It was the visible soul, the beating heart of an army, embodying its spirit and purpose. To defend it was a sacred duty. To lose it was an unforgivable shame. And to raise it again after adversity was the ultimate triumph. Siegeswehr. Above all, battles of grueling patience. And one of the most dramatic and insidious techniques employed was sapping, digging clandestine tunnels beneath enemy walls. Miners, often working in terrifying silence, would burrow beneath fortifications, carefully shoring up their tunnels with timber supports as they advanced. Once deep enough, beneath a critical section of the wall, they would excavate a chamber and fill it with highly combustible materials, wood, straff, tar, and other accelerants before setting it ablaze. As the supports burned away, the immense weight of the wall above, deprived of its foundation, would catastrophically collapse into the void. Defenders, ever aware of this subterranean danger, often dug countermines, listening intently for the faint scrape of enemy picks in the earth below. Sometimes, desperate battles would erupt underground in narrow, claustrophobic tunnels lit only by flickering torches, a struggle mirroring the war above, unseen but utterly decisive. Sapping demanded immense labor, engineering skill, and incredible risk. But when successful, it could topple fortresses once thought impregnable. It serves as a powerful reminder that warfare often burrowed into the most unexpected places, where silence, patience, and ingenuity could carve out victory as surely as any sword or cannon. Long before the era of explosive shells, warships once unleashed a fearsome weapon: heated cannonballs. These iron projectiles were brought to a glowing, incandescent heat in shipboard furnaces before being loaded and fired. Their purpose was simple and brutal: to set enemy wooden ships ablaze. The danger in handling such red-hot shot was immense, requiring specialized tools and extreme caution, as one mistake could incinerate the gun crew itself. But when a heated cannonball struck a wooden hull or mast, it didn't just smash, it embedded itself, smoldering and igniting the dry timbers, rapidly turning the enemy vessel into a raging inferno. This terrifying tactic exemplified the desperate ingenuity of naval warfare in the Age of Sail, where the raw power of fire was harnessed to devastating effect. In the Age of Sail, naval battles were dominated not just by broadsides of iron shot, but by heated cannonballs. In port, gunners stoked furnaces to heat iron balls until they glowed red, then carefully loaded them into cannons. fired into enemy ships. These blazing projectiles embedded in timbers and ignited fires that spread uncontrollably. Wooden vessels rigged with tarred ropes and canvas sails were highly flammable, making fire a deadly threat. Handling such ammunition was perilous. One mistake could ignite the firing ship itself. Yet the psychological effect was immense. No sailor wanted to see smoke rising from his own deck. Heated shot was used with devastating effect in coastal forts as well, driving attackers back with the dual threat of iron and flame. It turned artillery into fire starters, blurring the line between cannon and fire, steel and inferno. The Dreadnought revolutionized naval power. In 1906, the launch of HMS Dreadnought changed naval warfare forever. Unlike earlier battleships, it carried an all-big gun armament. 10 massive 1-2-inch guns, and was powered by steam turbines that made it faster than any rival. Instantly, every other warship in the world was rendered obsolete. Nations scrambled to build their own dreadnoughts, triggering a global naval arms race that helped set the stage for the First World War. To sailors, the dreadnought was awe-inspiring. Vast, bristling with firepower, a floating fortress unlike anything before. Its dominance was not just in strength, but in symbolism. Whoever had the most dreadnoughts ruled the seas. The very word dreadnought came to mean power, fear, and progress. Though later eclipsed by aircraft carriers, the dreadnought remains a landmark in history, proof that one ship could redefine an entire age of naval warfare. Cavalry bugles once directed maneuvers. In the age before radios, mounted troops relied on bugles to carry orders across the din of hooves and battle. Each note or call signaled a different maneuver: charge, retreat, and regroup, or flunk. Riders trained to recognize the patterns instantly, reacting in unison as one organism. Bugle calls were crisp and piercing, designed to cut through chaos. For cavalry, speed was life, and clear communication meant survival. The bugle became a trusted companion, as vital as any sword or carbine. Even outside of war, its notes lingered in tradition. Réveil, taps, and ceremonial calls that still echo in military life today. On battlefields, bugles were more than music. They were voices of command, carrying clarity across thunder and smoke. To hear a bugle's sharp cry was to know destiny was shifting, that the cavalry was on the move. Bayonet charges still happened in the 20th century. Though the bayonet belonged to the musket age, its use lingered well into the 20th century. Soldiers in the First World War, after exhausting ammunition in trench fighting, sometimes surged forward with bayonets fixed, clashing in desperate close combat. In the Second World War, the bayonet charges were rarer, but still occurred in moments of chaos or surprise. Even during the Korean War, accounts describe units charging with bayonets, flashing, shouting to intimidate foes. The weapon's psychological weight often mattered more than its physical use. The sight of determined soldiers advancing with blades fixed could break morale even before contact. By then, rifles had become far deadlier than cold steel. Yet, the bayonet symbolized resolve, bravery, and aggression. Its enduring presence shows that war is not only fought with technology, but with the raw human will to close distance and meet face to face. Naval mines lurked beneath harbors. Hidden beneath the water's surface, naval mines became silent killers. Anchored to the seabed or floating just below the waves, they detonated on contact with a ship's hull, ripping holes below the waterline. First appearing in the 19th century, mines became especially feared in the world wars, sealing off harbors, strait, and shipping lanes. Unlike visible fleets, mines created invisible walls of danger. Sailors dreaded the sudden blast, unseen until it was too late. Mines were relatively cheap to deploy, but costly to clear, shaping naval strategy as much as battleships did. Entire operations slowed or halted because waters were mined. Even today, naval mines remain a threat, lingering long after war's end, waiting silently in forgotten waters. They are reminders that sometimes the deadliest weapons are the quietest, requiring no movement at all, just patience, still, and silence. Torpedoes changed submarine combat. The torpedo transformed submarines from scouts into hunters, self-propelled underwater missiles. Torpedoes could travel unseen beneath the waves before striking ships with explosive force. Early versions in the late 19th century were crude, but by the World Wars, they became sophisticated, guided by gyroscopes and propelled by compressed air or fuel. Submarines lurking in the depths could fire, then slip away, leaving only a deadly trail of bubbles. Convoys and warships lived in constant fear of sudden explosions beneath them. The sinking of massive vessels such as the Lusitania revealed the torpedo's power to shock the world. Torpedoes shifted naval warfare from surface duels to unseen threats, where danger came from the depths rather than the horizon. They remain staples of modern navies, evolving with guidance, systems, and stealth. In their cold, mechanical way, torpedoes gave the ocean a new kind of predator. Biplanes dogfought in the skies. In the First World War, fragile wooden biplanes took to the skies, sparking the first era of aerial combat, with canvas wings stacked in pairs. These aircraft were nimble but delicate, often held together with little more than wire and determination. Pilots met in the skies for dogfights, twisting and diving in dizzying duels. Machine guns synchronized to fire through spinning propellers, turned planes into flying weapons. Heroes and aces emerged, their victories counted like jewels of knights in the sky. The romance of dogfighting belied its brutal reality. Many pilots survived only weeks, their cockpits exposed and their engines unreliable. Yet, these early air battles captured the world's imagination, transforming the sky into a new battlefield of courage and innovation. To see two planes circling above a trench line was to witness a new chapter in war, the birth of combat in the heavens. War trains carried armored cannons. Railroads revolutionized logistics, moving troops and supplies faster than ever. but they also became weapons themselves. War trains, armored with steel plating and bristling with cannons, patrolled tracks like mobile fortresses. Some carried anti-aircraft guns, others heavy artillery pieces capable of bombarding miles away. They were both transport and terror, thundering along rails while spewing firepower. In Russia's Civil War, armored trains carried entire platoons, launching raids across vast steppes. In the World Wars, they protected vital supply lines, turning tracks into arteries of both sustenance and destruction. Their strength was immense, but their weakness obvious. Bound to rails, they were vulnerable if tracks were sabotaged. Still, the sight of a war train smoke billowing, armor gleaming left a powerful impression. They were rolling fortresses, blending industry and warfare, symbols of how technology reshaped even the landscape itself into weapons. Zeppelins bombed cities in World War I. During the First World War, massive airships, known as Zeppelins, floated over cities, dropping bombs from the night sky. These hydrogen-filled giants, longer than ocean liners, could drift silently for hours before unleashing destruction. Londoners watched in fear as searchlights scanned the heavens, seeking the looming shapes above. Though their bombs were small compared to later weapons, the psychological impact was enormous. For the first time, civilians, far from battlefields, faced attacks from the air. Zeppelins were vulnerable. However, once targeted by incendiary bullets, they erupted in fiery infernos that lit the night. Despite their weaknesses, they foreshadowed the aerial bombing campaigns of the future. To see a Zeppelin overhead was to glimpse both awe and dread. The marvel of human flight turned into a looming shadow, beautiful and terrifying as it drifted silently toward its target. Anti-aircraft guns filled the skies with fire. As planes became vital to warfare, defending against them became urgent. Anti-aircraft guns rose from the trenches, swiveling skyward to blast shells into the air. Explosions created deadly shrapnel clouds, tearing into wings and fuselages. Pilots learned to weave and dive, trying to dodge the bursts of fire that filled the heavens. The Second World War saw anti-aircraft batteries guarding cities, ships, and factories, their barrages lighting the night. For civilians, the sound of flak bursting overhead was terrifying, an audible reminder that the war had come above their heads. Anti-aircraft guns symbolized the arms race between offense and defense, a duel fought in the very sky. Though missiles would later replace them, the sight of rows of guns tilting upward remains iconic. Steel arms reaching into the heavens, determined to bring down the shadows passing above. Napalm became a controversial weapon during the 20th century. Napalm emerged as one of the most infamous weapons of war, a sticky gel of gasoline and chemicals. It clung to whatever it touched, burning at extreme temperatures. First developed in the Second World War, it was later used extensively in conflicts like Korea and Vietnam. Napalm's power was undeniable. It cleared jungles, destroyed fortifications, and terrified enemies. But its cruelty was immense. fires spread uncontrollably, and civilians often suffered alongside combatants. Images of villages ablaze and civilians scarred turned global opinion against its use, making napalm a symbol of the horrors of modern war. Unlike precision weapons, napalm embodied raw, indiscriminate destruction. Its very name became shorthand for terror, a reminder that progress in technology often brings shadows as well as light. In napalm's burning glow, the world saw both military might and human tragedy. Helicopters turned battlefields vertical. The arrival of helicopters gave armies the power to move, not just across the land, but above it. Vertical lift allowed soldiers to land in jungles, mountains, and rooftops where no road existed. In the Korean War, and especially Vietnam, helicopters became lifelines, ferrying troops, evacuating wounded, and providing fire support. The iconic Huey helicopter, its rotors thundering, symbolized both mobility and danger. For the first time, armies could fight fluid battles without relying on roads or terrain, inserting troops directly into hotspots and extracting them in moments. Helicopters blurred the line between transport and combat, bristling with rockets and machine guns. They gave rise to the concept of air cavalry, swift-moving forces, as mobile as horsemen of old. The helicopter transformed modern warfare into a three-dimensional contest where the vertical world, inaccessible, became the new front line of strategy and survival. Smart bombs could guide themselves. In the late 20th century, bombs gained minds of their own. Smart bombs, equipped with guidance systems using lasers, satellite, or television cameras, could steer toward targets with remarkable accuracy. Unlike traditional bombs, which simply fell where dropped, these weapons adjusted mid-flight, correcting errors and striking with precision. Their use minimized collateral damage compared to older munitions. Though not without controversy, pilots relied on laser designators or GPS signals, guiding bombs down narrow paths into bunkers, bridges, or enemy positions. The Gulf War showcased their power to the world, as footage of bombs threading into exact targets amazed and unsettled viewers. Smart bombs reflected the growing fusion of technology and warfare, the replacement of brute force with pinpoint strikes. Yet, behind the precision was still destruction, reminders that even intelligence in weapons does not erase their consequences, only reshapes them. Satellite navigation now directs missiles, whilst navigating across oceans or deserts required stars, maps, and compasses. Today, satellites orbiting high above Earth provide instant precision. The Global Positioning System, GPS, originally developed by the US military, guides missiles with uncanny accuracy. A weapon can be launched hundreds of miles away and still strike within meters of its target, guided by signals from the sky. This revolutionized warfare, allowing strikes in any weather, day or night, with far fewer errors. Yet, reliance on satellites introduced new vulnerabilities. Jamming, hacking, or destroying satellites could cripple entire systems. What began as a navigational aid became the heartbeat of modern armies, directing planes, ships, and vehicles alike. To think that battles are now shaped by silent machines circling the earth is humbling, a reminder that even the heavens themselves have been drafted into humanity's endless conflicts. Hypersonic weapons are being developed today. Nations race to create weapons that move faster than ever before. Hypersonic missiles, traveling at speeds greater than 5 times the speed of sound. These weapons are almost impossible to intercept. They blur the line between aircraft and projectile, gliding across the atmosphere with maneuverability and speed that overwhelm defenses. Hypersonic technology represents the latest stage in an ancient story. The quest to strike faster, farther, and with greater certainty. Their arrival could redefine global security, shrinking reaction times from hours to minutes. For now, they remain largely experimental, but their potential is staggering. To imagine a weapon streaking through the sky faster than the human eye can follow is both awe-inspiring and unsettling. Hypersonic missiles show us that warfare continues to evolve, always reaching for the horizon of possibility. Even as humanity grapples with the shadows such speed may cast. War has moved into outer space. For millennia, battlefields stretched across land and sea. In the 20th century, they moved to the skies, and now they have reached beyond our planet itself. Satellites orbiting Earth carry not only communication and navigation systems, but also the potential to wage war. During the Cold War, both the United States and the Soviet Union experimented with space weapons, from missile-killing satellites to concepts of orbital bombardment. Today, militaries guard against cyber attacks on satellites, knowing that disabling them could cripple armies below. Some nations have tested anti-satellite missiles, shattering old craft into clouds of debris that linger as hazards. Though no shots have been fired directly in space battles, the stage is set. The heavens are no longer untouched. What was once the realm of stars and dreams has become another frontier of defense, proving that humanity carries its conflicts wherever it goes. Ancient warships rammed each other with bronze peaks. In the Mediterranean world of Greece and Rome, naval combat was not about cannons or sails, but about ramming. Warships called triremes and quinqueremes carried bronze-tipped rams at their prows, sharpened beaks designed to smash holes in enemy hulls. Crews of rowers propelled their vessels with explosive bursts of speed, striking like arrows across the water. The clash of wood and bronze echoed as ships splintered. Men hurled into the sea amidst shattered planks. To master this art, commanders drilled crews endlessly, training them to maneuver in tight formations, turning whole fleets into weapons of precision. Battles were decided not by fire, but by impact, as one ship tore through another's side. The ram symbolized power, discipline, and danger, a predator's beak on the prow of a wooden beast. These ancient warships remind us that naval combat once meant becoming the spear itself, aimed by human hands. The Roman testudo shield wall was nearly impenetrable. Among the most famous formations of Rome was the testudo, or tortoise. Soldiers locked their large rectangular shields together on all sides and above, creating a living fortress of wood and iron. From the outside, it resembled a giant shell creeping slowly forward. Arrows and stones rained harmlessly upon it, bouncing away from the slanted surfaces. In Zegas, the testudo allowed troops to approach walls under withering fire, advancing step by step until they could batter down gates or set ladders in place. Discipline was essential. One soldier breaking formation could expose the entire group. To those inside, the world narrowed to the thud of arrows, striking shields, the muffled shouts of comrades, and the determination to keep moving. The testudo embodied Roman ideals: order, unity, and unyielding persistence. It was not fast or flashy, but it was nearly unstoppable, a wall made of men. Spartan hoplites trained from childhood. In Sparta, warriors were not made in adulthood. They were shaped from childhood. At the age of 7, boys entered the ago, a rigorous system of training that prepared them for a lifetime of military service. They learned endurance through hunger and hardship, discipline through harsh punishment, and loyalty through constant drills. Their shields were heavier than most, their spears longer, their bodies hardened by years of exercise and combat practice. By adulthood, the Spartan hoplite was more than a soldier. He was the product of an entire society dedicated to war. To fight in the phalanx was not just duty, it was destiny. Every Spartan carried the weight of tradition, honor, and survival, for their city relied on their strength. The training forged men who could stand unflinching in the face of overwhelming odds, symbols of unity, sacrifice, and the unbreakable will of their people. Samurai practiced archery before swordsmanship. Those samurai are often remembered for their swords. Their earliest martial tradition was the bow. Before the katana became iconic, samurai warriors trained as mounted archers, perfecting the art of Yabasami shooting arrows from horseback at full gallop. Archery was not only a battlefield skill, but also a spiritual discipline, embodying balance, focus, and harmony. Swords were sidearms, drawn when enemies closed in, but the bow gave samurai reach and versatility. Even after firearms arrived in Japan, archery remained part of samurai culture, blending ritual with war. The shift to the sword as their primary symbol came later, as peace under the Tokugawa shogunate emphasized personal dueling and the artistry of blades. Yet, at their roots, the samurai were archers' first warriors who united speed, precision, and grace. Their story reminds us that icons often hide deeper histories, where the true weapon was discipline itself. Knights wore surcoats to display heraldry. In the Middle Ages, armored knights often covered their mail and plate with brightly colored surcoats, long tunics displaying coats of arms, symbols, and colors unique to families or lords. In the chaos of battle, where visors concealed faces and steel looked alike, heraldry provided identity. Friends and allies could distinguish one another, while enemies could recognize noble lineage at a glance. These designs carried deep meaning: lions for courage, crosses for faith, chevron for protection. Surcoats also protected armor from the sun's heat and rain. Practical garments, layered with symbolism. In tournaments, knights displayed their surcoats proudly, their colors fluttering as they charged in jousts. On battlefields, banners and surcoats worked together as visual language, painting war with identity and pride. To wear a surcoat was to carry not only one's own honor, but the reputation of family and heritage stitched across cloth. Highlanders charged with bagpipes blaring. In the Scottish Highlands, music itself was a weapon of morale and intimidation. Bagpipes, with their haunting, wailing tones, accompanied warriors into battle. The skirl of the pipes echoed across hills and glens, raising courage in Highland clans and unnerving their foes. During the Jacobite risings, pipers marched at the front, their tunes guiding fighters through smoke and confusion. To the English, the sound became so associated with rebellion that bagpipes were once banned as instruments of war. Yet the tradition endured, carried into later centuries, when Scottish regiments fought abroad. Even in the World Wars, pipers played troops into battle, their music mingling defiance with sorrow. The pipes were more than instruments. They were voices of heritage, reminders that culture itself marched with warriors. Each note carried memory, pride, and the fierce spirit of those who charged under the banner of the Highlands. War feathers carried symbolic meanings. Across the Americas and beyond, feathers were more than decoration. They were symbols of courage, identity, and spiritual connection. In many Native American cultures, warriors earned eagle feathers through acts of bravery. Each plume a visible record of honor. Headdresses became living histories. Every feather a story of risk and survival. Among the Aztecs, brightly colored feathers from tropical birds adorned warriors' helmets and shields, transforming them into dazzling figures meant to awe allies and intimidate enemies. Feathers linked warriors to the natural world, embodying swiftness, strength, or the favor of the divine. They fluttered on battlefields as more than ornaments. They were badges of power, visible to all. To wear feathers in war was to declare not only readiness for combat, but connection to something higher. They were light, fragile things, yet they carried a weight heavier than steel. The weight of honor. Aztec warriors captured enemies for sacrifice. In Aztec warfare, the goal was not always to kill, but to capture. Warriors sought to take prisoners alive, to offer them later in ritual sacrifices to the gods. Capturing enemies demanded skill, bravery, and restraint, for striking too hard could end the prize. Captives were bound and led back to Tenochtitlan, where they played roles in elaborate ceremonies that reaffirmed cosmic balance. Success in capturing foes elevated a warrior's status, earning him feathers, honors, and prestige. Young Aztec men aspired to take their first captive as a step into adulthood. This system reshaped battle itself, where victory was measured not by territory or plunder, but by the number of lives brought home for the gods. To fight the Aztecs was to risk not just death but transformation into an offering, part of a cycle where war, a religion, and sacrifice were bound tightly together. Incan messengers ran relay marathons during wars. High in the Andes, the Inca built vast networks of roads stretching thousands of miles across mountains and valleys. Along these routes, chasquis, swift-footed messengers, relayed messages, carrying quipu cords or spoken orders across the empire. During wartime, they became the veins of communication, running day and night, positioned every few miles at relay stations. One chasqui would sprint until exhausted, then hand the message to the next. This system allowed news to travel with astonishing speed, sometimes covering hundreds of miles in just days. In battles and rebellions, such communication meant life or defeat, as armies could be mobilized or redirected almost instantly. To imagine young runners racing through thin mountain air, bearing the weight of empire on their shoulders, is to see how endurance itself became a weapon. The Inca proved that speed of word could equal strength of sword. Zulu impis used bullhorn formations. In the 19th century, the Zulu kingdom rose to power under the leadership of Shaka Zulu, whose military innovations reshaped African warfare. Central to his tactics was the bullhorn formation. Warriors advanced in 3 groups: the chest, which struck the enemy head-on; the horns, which swept around to encircle; and the loins, held in reserve to exploit weaknesses. This formation turned battles into traps, surrounding foes with precision and ferocity. Zulu impis disciplined regiments, organized by age, executed these maneuvers with speed and cohesion. Their short stabbing spears, the ikulwa, replaced throwing weapons, emphasizing close combat against colonial forces and rival tribes. The bullhorn tactic often proved devastating. It revealed how strategic brilliance could magnify numbers and courage, transforming warriors into instruments of coordination. Asterisk, asterisk, rewritten and expanded content English. Us. Asterisk, asterisk, the fiery breath of naval warfare. Red-hot shot. In the tempestuous age of sail, where wooden leviathans grappled on the waves, naval battles were defined by more than just the thunderous broadsides of solid iron shot. A far more terrifying and effective weapon often decided the fate of these colossal vessels: the heated cannonball, known colloquially as red-hot shot. The process began in the relative calm of port, or even hastily at sea, in specially adapted ovens, where dedicated gunners stoked rudimentary furnaces. Iron spheres, each weighing many pounds, were meticulously piled inside, subjected to intense heat until they glowed an ominous, incandescent red, shimmered with lethal energy. With specialized, heat-resistant tongs, these glowing orbs were then carefully, painstakingly, loaded into the cannon's breech. One slip, one moment of carelessness, could spell doom for the firing ship itself. The effect on an enemy ship was catastrophic. Launched with explosive force, these blazing projectiles, still searing hot, did not merely smash through planks. They embedded themselves deep within the dry oak and pine timbers of the hull, often settling near critical structural points or powder magazines. Upon impact, The superheated iron instantly ignited the seasoned wood, turning even a minor breach into a smoldering inferno that rapidly spiraled out of control. Wooden vessels, laden with tarred ropes, sailcloth, and a labyrinth of compartments, became tinderboxes. The terror among the crew was palpable. The smell of smoke, the crackle of growing flames, the realization of being trapped in a floating bonfire. This ingenious, albeit desperate, tactic transformed naval artillery from mere destructive force into an incendiary nightmare. It was a strategy where the raw, primal power of fire was harnessed to devastating effect, blurring the line between a ship and a crematorium, between cold steel and an engulfing inferno, forcing capitulation not just through destruction, but through the sheer terror of incineration. Beyond ship-to-ship combat, red-hot shot also proved invaluable in coastal forts, where its flaming impact could drive back landing parties or set ablaze siege engines. Wielding the dual, terrifying threat of iron and pure, uncontrolled flame, the dawn of the Dreadnought, reshaping the seas. A seismic shift rattled the foundations of global naval power in 1906 with the launch of the British battleship HMS Dreadnought. This single vessel didn't just innovate, it rendered every preceding warship on Earth obsolete overnight, ushering in an entirely new era of naval warfare. The Dreadnought's revolutionary design centered on the all-big gun concept, dispensing with varied calibers for a uniform, formidable armament of 10 powerful 1-2-inch guns. This design philosophy maximized long-range hitting power, recognizing that future engagements would be decided by the ability to strike from afar, adding to its unprecedented capabilities. The Dreadnought was the first major battleship to be powered by steam turbines, a technological leap that granted it superior speed and endurance over any contemporary battleship still relying on slower, less efficient reciprocating engines. The impact was immediate and global, triggering a frantic Dreadnought panic across the world's navies. Nations, particularly Great Britain, Germany, and the United States, embarked on a frantic, costly naval arms race to build their own dreadnoughts, each vying for supremacy in this new paradigm. This escalating competition for naval dominance became a significant contributing factor to the rising international tensions that ultimately culminated in the First World War. To the sailors who served on them, and to the public who watched their construction, the Dreadnought was more than a ship. It was an awe-inspiring, colossal floating fortress, bristling with unmatched firepower, a steel behemoth embodying national might and technological prowess. Its sheer size and destructive potential were not just practical advantages, but powerful symbols of prestige and authority. The unwritten law became clear. Whoever possessed the most dreadnoughts held dominion over the world's oceans. The very name Dreadnought entered the lexicon as a synonym for immense power, fear, and unstoppable progress. While its reign as the ultimate naval weapon was eventually eclipsed by the advent of aircraft carriers and the projection of air power, the HMS Dreadnought remains an indelible landmark in military history, a testament to how one visionary design could single-handedly redefine an entire era of strategic conflict at sea. The voice of valor. Cavalry bugle calls. Before the advent of radios and advanced electronic communications, the thundering charge of cavalry relied on an ancient, yet highly effective, form of command: the bugle call. Across battlefields, choked with the din of thousands of hooves, clashing steel, and roaring cannon fire, the clear, piercing notes of a bugle were often the only way for commanders to convey crucial orders. Each distinct melody or sharp call was a pre-arranged signal for a specific maneuver, a rallying charge that stirred the blood, a strategic retreat to avoid encirclement, a disciplined regroup to consolidate force, or a swift flank to exploit an enemy's weakness. Cavalry riders, often young and skilled, were drilled relentlessly to recognize these patterns instantly, reacting as a single, coordinated organism to the bugler's direction. The sound of a bugle call was designed to cut through the chaos, its brassy timbre carrying over great distances. For cavalry, whose effectiveness hinged on speed and shock, clear communication was paramount for survival and success. The bugle, therefore, became an indispensable companion, as vital as a sharpened sword or a reliable carbine. The bugler, often positioned bravely at the front, was a crucial link in the chain of command, his courage as important as his musical skill. Even in times of peace, the bugle's evocative notes continued to echo in military tradition. From the rousing reveille that signals the start of the day to the solemn taps that bids farewell to fallen heroes. These ceremonial calls still resonate in military life today, connecting contemporary soldiers to the deep history of their predecessors. On the battlefields of old, bugles transcended mere music. They were the potent voices of command, carving clarity from the fog of war. To hear a bugle's sharp, undeniable cry was to know that destiny itself was shifting, that the powerful, decisive arm of the cavalry was on the move, a force ready to turn the tide. Cold Steel's last stand. The enduring bayonet. Despite belonging to an age of muskets and close-quarter formations, the bayonet, a simple yet brutal blade affixed to a rifle, defied obsolescence, enduring well into the 20th century's technologically advanced wars. In the grim trenches of the First World War, after artillery barrages and machine gun fire had exhausted ammunition and frayed nerves, soldiers would still go over the top with bayonets fixed. These desperate, terrifying charges often culminated in horrific, visceral close-quarters combat, where men faced each other in a primal struggle of cold steel. By the Second World War, while less common due to vastly increased firepower, bayonet charges still found their place in moments of intense chaos, surprise attacks, or in brutal jungle fighting, where visibility and ammunition were limited. Even in the Korean War, stark accounts describe units, particularly in frantic counterattacks or night assaults, charging with bayonets glinting under moonlight, accompanied by chilling shouts designed to intimidate and break enemy resolve. more often than its direct physical application. The bayonet's immense psychological weight proved decisive. The terrifying sight of a line of determined soldiers advancing with fixed blades, screaming war cries, could shatter enemy morale and send them fleeing, even before physical contact was made. By mid-century, the rifle itself, with its vastly improved range and rate of fire, had become a far deadlier weapon than the attached blade. Yet, the bayonet remained a potent symbol, an emblem of unwavering resolve, raw bravery, and unyielding aggression. Its persistent use across a century of unprecedented technological advancement powerfully illustrates that warfare is not solely a contest of machinery and firepower, but also a raw, deeply human struggle, driven by the sheer will to close the distance and confront the enemy face to face. The invisible threat, the maritime minefield, beneath the deceptively calm surface of the world's waterways, a silent and insidious killer emerged to reshape naval strategy. The naval mine, these hidden devices, anchored to the seabed or floating just below the waves, lay in wait, their explosive payload primed to detonate upon contact with a ship's hull, tearing catastrophic holes below the waterline. First appearing in rudimentary forms in the 19th century, naval mines truly came into their terrifying prominence during the World Wars. They were deployed en masse to seal off vital harbors, strategic straits, and crucial shipping lanes, effectively creating invisible walls of danger that denied access and choked maritime traffic. Unlike the visible might of a fleet, the minefield presented an unseen, omnipresent threat, instilling a profound dread in sailors who knew a sudden, unseen blast could strike at any moment. Without warning, and without recourse, mines proved to be remarkably cost-effective weapons to deploy, capable of tying up disproportionately larger naval forces. Conversely, they were incredibly costly and hazardous to clear, requiring specialized vessels and brave crews for painstaking, perilous mine-sweeping operations. Their presence profoundly influenced naval strategy, forcing entire operations to slow, halt, or reroute, dramatically impacting logistical chains and offensive maneuvers. Even today, long after conflicts have officially ended, naval mines remain a tangible and deadly threat, lingering silently in forgotten waters, a testament to their enduring and indiscriminate destructive power. They stand as stark reminders that sometimes the deadliest weapons are the quietest, demanding no movement or direct engagement, only patience, cunning, steel, and a chilling silence that promises sudden, explosive doom. Submerged predators. The torpedo revolution. The invention of the torpedo fundamentally redefined submarine warfare, transforming these nascent underwater vessels from mere scouts or observation platforms into formidable, unseen hunters of the deep. This self-propelled underwater missile could travel stealthily beneath the waves, asile menace, before striking unsuspecting ships with a devastating explosive force. Early iterations in the late 19th century were crude, often unreliable, and limited in range and accuracy. However, By the dawn of the World Wars, torpedo technology had advanced dramatically, incorporating sophisticated guidance systems powered by gyroscopes and propelled by compressed air or fuel, making them increasingly lethal. Now, submarines, lurking in the dark, silent depths, could unleash their deadly payload and then, with uncanny stealth, slip away, leaving only a telltale, but often fleeting, trail of bubbles as evidence of their destructive visit. This new threat plunged convoys and warships into a constant state of dread, as sailors lived under the perpetual fear of a sudden, shattering explosion from below the waterline, the sinking of massive, iconic vessels, such as the RMS Lusitania in 1915, brutally exposed the torpedo's capacity to inflict staggering casualties and shock the world, influencing global opinion and forever altering the perception of naval combat. Torpedoes dramatically shifted naval warfare from traditional surface gun duels, fought on the horizon, to a terrifying new dimension of unseen threats emanating from the cold, dark depths. Modern navies continue to rely heavily on torpedoes, which have evolved with advanced guidance systems, stealth capabilities, and longer ranges. In their cold, mechanical efficiency, these weapons gave the ocean itself a new, unseen kind of predator, capable of delivering destruction with silent, merciless precision. Knights of the Sky. The biplane dogfight. The First World War. A conflict of unprecedented scale on land, also ignited an entirely new dimension of combat: aerial warfare. Fragile, wooden biplanes, with their canvas wings stacked in pairs, ascended into the skies, transforming reconnaissance into deadly duels. These early aircraft were marvels of engineering for their time, nimble and surprisingly agile, yet delicate, often held together by little more than piano wire, fabric, and the sheer nerve of their pilots. High above the muddy trenches, these pioneers of aviation engaged in breathtaking dogfights, twisting, diving, and climbing in dizzying ballets of aerial combat. Initially armed with pistols and rifles, pilots soon saw the introduction of machine guns synchronized to fire safely through spinning propellers, turning their aircraft into true flying weapons platforms. From these desperate contests emerged legendary heroes and aces, their victories counted with meticulous pride. Much like the knightly deeds of old, this romanticized image of dueling pilots, however, belied the brutal and often short reality of their service. Many pilots, flying in exposed cockpits with unreliable engines, survived only weeks. Yet, these nascent air battles seized the world's imagination, irrevocably transforming the heavens into a dramatic new battlefield, a crucible of courage, innovation, and sacrifice. To witness two biplanes spiraling in combat above the trench lines below was to behold a new chapter in human conflict, a potent symbol of mankind's relentless drive to conquer new frontiers, even if that conquest inevitably led to the birth of combat in the very heavens. Steel serpents, armored war trains, railroads, initially designed to revolutionize logistics by moving troops and supplies with unprecedented speed and efficiency, paradoxically became weapons themselves. Enter the armored war train. Formidable, mobile fortress. Clad in steel plating and bristling with an array of weaponry, patrolling tracks like steel serpents. These behemoths carried everything from anti-aircraft guns, designed to ward off nascent aerial threats, to heavy artillery pieces capable of bombarding targets many miles from the rail line. They were at once transporters of men and material time, and instruments of terror, thundering along rails while spewing immense firepower. During the vast and chaotic Russian Civil War, armored trains became iconic symbols of power, carrying entire platoons and launching swift, devastating raids across the immense, sparsely developed steppes, projecting authority where roads were non-existent. In both world wars, they played crucial roles in protecting vital supply lines, transforming railroad tracks into critical arteries of both sustenance and destruction. Their strength lay in their sheer firepower, armor, and ability to move heavy equipment rapidly. However, their Achilles' heel was inherent in their design. Being inextricably bound to the rails, they were acutely vulnerable to sabotage of the tracks, bridge destruction, or concentrated artillery ambushes that could derail or trap them. Nevertheless, the sight of a war train, smoke billowing from its stack, armor gleaming under the sun, cannons traversing, left an unforgettable impression. These rolling fortresses, merging industrial might with military prowess, stood as potent symbols of how rapidly advancing technology was reshaping not just the methods of warfare, but also transforming the very landscape into an extension of the battlefield. Shadowy giants. Zeppelin raids of World War I. The First World War introduced an entirely new and terrifying dimension of conflict to civilian populations. Aerial bombardment from the colossal airships known as Zeppelins. These hydrogen-filled giants, often longer than contemporary ocean liners, possessed the unnerving ability to drift silently across the night sky for hours before unleashing their destructive payloads over unsuspecting cities. Londoners, particularly, lived in constant fear, their nights punctuated by the ominous hum of distant engines, followed by frantic searchlights sweeping the heavens in a desperate attempt to locate the looming, shadowy shapes above. Though the bombs carried by these early airships were relatively small compared to the devastations of later conflict, their psychological impact was immense and profoundly unsettling. For the first time in history, civilians, living far from the front lines, found themselves directly in the crosshairs of enemy attack, shattering the illusion of safety and blurring the lines between combatants and non-combatants. Yet, these technological marvels were also inherently vulnerable. Being enormous, slow-moving, and filled with highly flammable hydrogen, they became fiery death traps, once targeted by incendiary bullets, erupting into spectacular infernos that illuminated the night sky. Despite their inherent weaknesses, Zeppelin raids served as a chilling harbinger of the massive aerial bombing campaigns that would define future wars. To gaze upon a Zeppelin overhead evoked a profound mixture of awe at the marvel of human flight and dread at its conversion into an instrument of terror, a silent, beautiful, yet terrifying shadow drifting inevitably toward its unseen target below, reaching for the sky. Anti-aircraft artillery. As the fledgling aircraft of World War I rapidly evolved into vital military assets, the urgent necessity of defending against this new aerial threat gave rise to a specialized form of weaponry: anti-aircraft guns. These formidable cannons emerged from the trenches, their barrels swiveling skyward, ready to blast explosive shells into the heavens. Upon detonation, these shells created deadly clouds of shrapnel and fragmentation, designed to tear into the fabric wings and fuselages of enemy planes. Pilots, in turn, developed evasive maneuvers, learning to weave, dive, and climb frantically to dodge the bursts of fire that filled the skies around them. By the Second World War, anti-aircraft batteries had become sophisticated networks, meticulously guarding cities, vital industrial factories, and naval vessels. Their relentless barrages, often lighting up the night sky in spectacular, terrifying displays. For civilians on the ground, the distinctive crackle and thump of flak German Fliegerabwehrkanone times bursting overhead was a terrifying, audible reminder that the war had literally come above their heads, an ever-present threat. Anti-aircraft guns thus came to symbolize the relentless arms race between offensive and defensive technologies, a dynamic duel fought on a new, vertical battlefield. While guided missiles would eventually replace many of these cannon-based systems, the iconic sight of long rows of guns tilting upward, their muzzles aimed at the heavens, remains a powerful image. They are steel arms reaching defiantly into the sky, representing humanity's determination to challenge and bring down the shadows passing ominously above. The burning scar, napalm's infamy. The 20th century, a crucible of technological and ethical challenges in warfare, bore witness to the emergence of napalm as one of its most infamous and controversial weapons. This sticky, gelatinous concoction of gasoline and chemicals, once ignited, clung tenaciously to whatever it touched, burning at excruciatingly high temperatures. Developed during the desperate closing years of the Second World War, its use became tragically widespread and defining in subsequent conflicts, particularly the Korean and Vietnam Wars. Napalm's tactical effectiveness was undeniable. It was capable of clearing dense jungles, destroying fortified positions, and instilling profound terror in enemy forces with its indiscriminate, consuming flames. However, its immense cruelty quickly overshadowed its military utility. Napalm fires spread uncontrollably, consuming everything in their path. And tragically, civilians often suffered horrific burns and death alongside combatants. Harrowing images of burning villages and terribly scarred non-combatants broadcast globally sparked outrage and ignited a powerful international condemnation of its use, cementing napalm's legacy as a symbol of the unbridled horrors of modern warfare. Unlike increasingly precise weapons, napalm embodied raw, indiscriminate destruction, a blunt instrument of terror. Its very name became shorthand for the ultimate terror, a stark reminder that every step forward in technological progress often casts equally dark shadows. illuminating both humanity's military might and its capacity for immense, avoidable tragedy. In the terrifying, relentless glow of napalm, the world saw the agonizing intersection of human ingenuity and profound suffering. The vertical frontier. Helicopters on the battlefield. The arrival of the helicopter ushered in a revolutionary new chapter in military strategy, granting armies the unprecedented power to navigate not merely across the land, but literally, times above times it. This unique vertical lift capability allowed troops to bypass conventional terrain obstacles, enabling swift insertions and extractions from dense jungles, treacherous mountain ranges, or even urban rooftops where no traditional roads or landing strips existed. While first used in limited capacities during the Korean War, it was during the Vietnam War that the helicopter, particularly the iconic UH-1 Huey, became an indispensable lifeline. Its thundering rotor blades symbolized both vital mobility and omnipresent danger, as it ferried troops into hot zones, evacuated the wounded to safety, and provided critical fire support from above. For the first time, armies could execute truly fluid, three-dimensional battles, no longer tethered to the constraints of roads or predictable terrain. Soldiers could be inserted directly into critical hotspots and extracted just as quickly, adapting rapidly to dynamic situations. Helicopters blurred the traditional lines between transport and combat aircraft, often bristling with an array of rockets, machine guns, and even miniguns. This innovation gave rise to the concept of air cavalry, swift-moving, agile forces that mirrored the mobility and shock tactics of the horsemen of old, but with the added advantage of verticality. The helicopter thus transformed modern warfare into a complex, three-dimensional contest, where the vertical world, once an inaccessible barrière, became a crucial new front line for both strategy and survival. Precision strikes. The era of smart bombs. In the late 20th century, a paradigm shift occurred in aerial bombardment. Bombs gained minds of their own. The advent of smart bombs, officially known as precision-guided munitions (PGMs), equipped with sophisticated guidance systems utilizing lasers, satellite signals, GPS, or television cameras, allowed them to steer themselves toward targets with unprecedented, remarkable accuracy. In stark contrast to traditional dumb bombs, which simply followed ballistic trajectories from where they were dropped, these intelligent weapons could adjust their flight paths mid-course, correcting for errors and striking with pinpoint precision. This revolutionary capability significantly minimized collateral damage compared to the area bombing of older munitions, though not without sparking intense ethical controversies about the perceived cleanliness of war. Pilots and ground crews would utilize laser designators or GPS coordinates to guide these bombs down incredibly narrow paths, allowing for precise strikes on hardened bunkers, critical bridges, or specific enemy positions within complex urban environments. The Gulf War of 1991 served as a global showcase for their power, as televised footage of bombs threading directly into exact target windows amazed and, at the same time, profoundly unsettled viewers worldwide. Smart bombs epitomized the growing fusion of advanced technology and warfare, marking a fundamental transition from brute, indiscriminate force to highly calculated, pinpoint strikes. Yet, even behind the awe-inspiring precision, the grim reality of destruction persisted. They served as stark reminders that while intelligence in weaponry can reshape the nature and scale of consequences, it never truly erases the fundamental devastation inherent in warfare. Celestial guides, satellite navigation in warfare. For countless millennia, navigation across vast oceans or sprawling deserts relied upon the immutable celestial compass of the stars. The painstaking detail of maps and the simple truth of a magnetic compass. Today, however, that ancient reliance has been utterly transformed by the silent precision of satellites orbiting high above Earth. The Global Positioning System (GPS), originally conceived and developed by the US military, now guides missiles with uncanny, almost surgical accuracy. A weapon launched from hundreds of miles away can now strike within meters of its intended target, its trajectory meticulously corrected by signals beamed down from the heavens. This capability revolutionized warfare, enabling precision strikes in any weather condition, day or night, with a dramatically reduced margin for error. However, this profound reliance on an invisible network of satellites introduced entirely new vulnerabilities. The specter of jamming, hacking, or the outright destruction of these crucial satellites emerged as a critical strategic threat, capable of crippling entire military systems. What began as a mere navigational aid for troops and vehicles quickly evolved into the absolute heartbeat of modern armies, dictating the movements and targeting capabilities of planes, ships, land vehicles, and missiles alike. The humbling realization that battles are now shaped and directed by silent, high-tech machines circling the Earth serves as a powerful reminder of humanity's ever-expanding reach. It underscores the profound, ethereal heavens themselves have been co-opted and drafted into humanity's endless, pervasive conflicts, becoming an unseen, yet crucial, theater of war. The hypersonic horizon, a new arms race. Today, the world's most technologically advanced nations are locked in an intense, high-stakes race to develop weapons that defy conventional speeds. Hypersonic missiles. These cutting-edge weapons, designed to travel at speeds exceeding 5 times the speed of sound Mach 5+, represent an unprecedented challenge to existing defense systems. Their extreme velocity, coupled with the ability to maneuver dynamically within the atmosphere, blurs the traditional distinctions between aircraft and ballistic projectile, making them almost impossible to intercept with current technologies. They are not simply faster, they are more elusive, capable of overwhelming layered air defenses with their sheer speed and unpredictable flight paths. Hypersonic technology marks the latest, most advanced stage in an ancient, primal human quest. The relentless drive to strike faster, reach farther, and deliver destruction with greater certainty than ever before. Their potential arrival on the global stage could fundamentally redefine international security dynamics, drastically shrinking strategic reaction times from hours to mere minutes. increasing the risk of rapid escalation. For now, these weapons largely remain in experimental and developmental phases, shrouded in secrecy. But their theoretical potential is nothing short of staggering. To conceive of a weapon streaking through the sky faster than the human eye can even follow is both awe-inspiring in its engineering marvel and deeply unsettling in its implications for global stability. Hypersonic missiles vividly illustrate that warfare, a constant reflection of human innovation and ambition, continues to evolve relentlessly, always reaching for the furthest horizon of technological possibility. Even as humanity grapples with the profound shadows and moral quandaries such unprecedented speed may cast upon our collective future, the final frontier, war in outer space. For millennia, the crucible of human conflict was confined to the terrestrial realms of land and sea. In the 20th century, battlefields expanded vertically to encompass the skies. Now, in the 21st century, the theater of war has reached beyond our very planet, into the vast expanse of outer space itself. Satellite, orbiting Earth in silent procession, carry not only the communication and navigation systems critical to modern life and military operations, but also the ominous potential to wage war. During the tense standoff of the Cold War, both the United States and the Soviet Union furtively experimented with concepts for space weaponry, ranging from missile-killing satellites to audacious plans for orbital bombardment platforms. Today, military powers actively guard against sophisticated cyber attacks on their satellite constellations, keenly aware that disabling these vital assets could effectively cripple entire armies and nations below. More overtly, some nations have tested anti-satellite ASAT missiles, deliberately shattering older spacecraft into clouds of dangerous debris that linger as long-term hazards to all space activity. While no direct shots have yet been fired in kinetic space battles, the stage is undeniably set for conflict in this ultimate frontier. The heavens, once perceived as untouched and sacred, the exclusive realm of stars and dreams, have now become another contested domain of defense and offense. This expansion of warfare serves as a poignant, unsettling reminder that humanity, with its inherent conflicts and ambitions, carries its struggles wherever it goes, even into the silent, cold expanse of the cosmos. The Bronzebeak, ramming in ancient naval combat. In the sun-drenched Mediterranean world of ancient Greece and Rome, naval combat bore little resemblance to the cannon-laden broadsides of later eras. Instead, it was a brutal, visceral affair dominated by the tactic of ramming. Warships of the period, particularly the formidable triremes and quinqueremes, were purpose-built for this strategy. Each vessel featured a heavy, bronze-tipped ram, or embolon, at its prow, a sharpened, reinforced beak specifically designed to smash through and rip gaping holes in enemy hulls below the waterline. Crews of highly trained rowers, often numbering in the hundreds, propelled their vessels with explosive, synchronized bursts of speed, transforming their ship into a living projectile that struck like a colossal arrow across the water. The clash of wood against bronze echoed across the waves, a terrifying symphony of destruction as enemy ships splintered, oars shattered, and men were violently hurled into the churning sea amidst shattered planks and debris. To master this unforgiving art, commanders subjected their crews to endless, grueling drills, training them to maneuver in tight, complex formation. This discipline turned entire fleets into coordinated weapons of precision, executing complex tactics like the times Dyac plus times sailing through an enemy line, or times periplus times outflanking. Naval battles of antiquity were thus decided not by the fiery inferno of gunpowder, but by the sheer, devastating impact of ship against ship, a brutal belly of force. The ram itself symbolized raw power, unwavering discipline, and immediate danger, truly a predator's beak affixed to the prow of a wooden beast. These ancient warships serve as a powerful reminder that in an earlier age, naval combat literally meant transforming the vessel into the spear itself, wielded with immense human effort and deadly intent. The living fortress, Rome's testudo formation. Among the many military innovations that cemented Rome's legendary status, few are as iconic and formidable as the times testudo asterisk, or tortoise formation. This brilliant tactical maneuver involved legionaries interlocking their large, rectangular times scooter times shields together on all sides, front, flanks, rear, and crucially, above, creating an almost impenetrable, mobile fortress of wood, leather, and iron. From the outside, the formation presented an uncanny resemblance to a giant, slow-moving, shelled creature, advancing inexorably across the battlefield. Arrows, javelins, and stones rained harmlessly upon its angled surfaces, deflecting away from the tightly woven shield canopy. The times, testudo times, proved invaluable during sieges, allowing Roman troops to advance directly upon enemy walls under a withering hail of projectiles. Step by disciplined step, they could close the distance, protected, until they were able to batter down gates or safely place scaling ladders. Disciplina, the cornerstone of Roman military might, was absolutely paramount within the times testudo asterisk. Even a single soldier breaking formation could create a fatal gap, exposing the entire group to enemy fire. For those encased within the living shell, the world narrowed to the dull thud of missiles striking their shields, the muffled shouts of comrades, and the unwavering determination to press forward. The times, testudo times, was more than just a formation. It embodied core Roman ideals: order, unity, and an unyielding, relentless persistence. It might not have been fast or flashy, but it was almost unstoppable, a formidable, resilient war, forged from the disciplined bodies and will of men, forged in fire. The Spartan hoplite tradition. In the legendary city-state of Sparta, the making of a warrior was not a vocation embraced in adulthood. It was a destiny meticulously sculpted from the tender years of childhood. At the tender age of 7, Spartan boys were removed from their families and entered the times agoge asterisk, a rigorous, state-controlled system of education and training that would prepare them for a lifetime of unwavering military service. Through constant exposure to hunger, hardship, and relentless physical conditioning. They learned unparalleled endurance. Discipline was instilled through harsh, often brutal, punishment, forging an unbreakable will and absolute obedience. Loyalty, not to family but to the polis times and their comrades, was drilled through constant communal living and military exercises. Their hoplon shield was deliberately heavier than those of other Greek states. Their doru, spear longer, and their bodies were hardened into instruments of war by years of rigorous exercise and combat drills. By adulthood, the Spartan hoplite was far more than a mere soldier. He was the apex product of an entire society singularly dedicated to the art and necessity of warfare. To take his place in the formidable Spartan, phalanx was not just a duty, it was his inherent destiny, the culmination of a life's training. Every Spartan warrior carried not only his physical weight, but also the immense psychological weight of tradition, honor, and the very survival of his city, which rested entirely upon their collective strength. This intensive, lifelong training forged men who could stand unflinching and resolute in the face of overwhelming odds, becoming enduring symbols of unity, self-sacrifice, and the unbreakable will of their extraordinary people. The way of the bow, samurai's earliest art. Though the image of the samurai warrior is almost inextricably linked with the elegant, curved blade of the katana, their earliest and arguably most foundational martial tradition was, in fact, the bow. Long before the katana achieved its iconic status, samurai were primarily formidable mounted archers. They dedicated themselves to perfecting the demanding art of time's yabusame, firing arrows with incredible precision from horseback, often at a full gallop. Archery for the samurai transcended mere battlefield utility. It was deeply interwoven with spiritual discipline, embodying core principles of balance, profound focus, and harmony between rider, horse, and weapon, while their renowned swords served as vital sidearms, drawn only when enemies closed to intimate distances. The bow provided the samurai with crucial reach, versatility, and strategic advantage on the open battlefield. Even with the later introduction of firearms to Japan, the practice of archery maintained a significant and respected place within samurai culture, often blending rigorous ritual with practical warfare. The cultural shift that elevated the sword to its primary symbolic status occurred later, during the relatively peaceful Tokugawa shogunate, a period that saw a greater emphasis on individual dueling, personal mastery, and the exquisite artistry of the blade. Yet, at their historical roots, the samurai were archers first, elegant, disciplined warriors who united breathtaking speed, deadly precision, and profound grace in their deadly craft. Their fascinating story serves as a potent reminder that often our most enduring icons conceal deeper, richer histories, where the true, ultimate weapon was not the steel or the arrow, but the unwavering discipline of the warrior's mind and body. Sartorial symbols, knights and their surcoats. In the turbulent epoch of the Middle Ages, the armored knight, encased in layers of mail and gleaming plate, often distinguished himself not just by his prowess in battle, but by the vibrant colors and intricate designs of his surcoat. This long, tunic-like garment, worn over the armor, proudly displayed the knight's unique coat of arms, family symbols, and distinctive colors, signifying allegiance to a specific lord or noble house. In the brutal chaos of a medieval battlefield, where visors obscured faces and steel armor made every warrior look alike, heraldry on the surcoat provided crucial visual identity. It allowed allies and friends to recognize each other amidst the swirling melee, while also enabling enemies to identify noble lineage, whose capture might yield a rich ransom. These designs were far more than mere decoration. They carried profound meaning. A rampant lion symbolized courage. A cross denoted faith. Chevrons represented protection or military service. Beyond their symbolic significance, surcoats also served a practical purpose, offering a layer of protection to the armor beneath, shielding it from the sun's scorching heat, which could turn plate into an oven, and from corrosive rain, which could lead to rust. They were, in essence, practical garments imbued with deep symbolic layers. In the pageantry of tournaments, knights proudly displayed their finely embroidered surcoats, their colors fluttering dramatically as they charged into jousts, embodying their personal and family honor. On the battlefield, these individual surcoats, alongside larger banners and standards, formed a crucial visual language, painting the grim tapestry of war with identity, pride, and allegiance. To wear a surcoat in battle was to carry not only one's own honor and reputation, but the collective history and heritage of an entire family, meticulously stitched across a piece of cloth, an enduring statement of who one was and what one stood for. The skirl of battle, Highlanders and their bagpipes. In the wild, rugged reaches of the Scottish Highlands, music itself was forged into a potent weapon, serving both to steel the resolve of warriors and to strike terror into the hearts of their enemies. The distinctive, haunting, and often deafening wailing tones of the bagpipes were the constant companions of Highland warriors as they marched and charged into battle. The unique skirl of the pipes, echoing across the mist-shrouded hills and glens, ignited a fierce courage and camaraderie within the Highland clans, while simultaneously unnerving and disorienting their foes, many of whom had never encountered such a sound. During the Jacobite risings, pipers, often marching bravely at the very front of the charge, were not just musicians, but crucial figures, their tunes guiding their fellow fighters through the smoke, confusion, and horror of close combat. So potent and intimately associated with rebellion did the sound of the pipes become that the English Parliament once infamously banned bagpipes as instruments of war. Yet, the tradition proved indomitable, enduring through generations and carried into later centuries as Scottish regiments served with distinction across the globe in the British Army. Even amidst the unprecedented mechanization and brutality of the world wars, pipers continued to play troops into battle. Their stirring, melancholic music, mingling defiance with sorrow, courage with remembrance. The pipes were far more than mere musical instruments. They were the resonant voices of a proud heritage, potent reminders that the very culture and spirit of a people marched alongside their warriors. Each note carried the indelible weight of memory, fierce pride, and the unbreakable spirit of those who charged under the ancient banner of the Highlands. Adornments of valor, war feathers, and their meanings. Across the diverse cultures of the Americas and beyond, feathers were never merely decorative. They were profound symbols of courage, identity, and deep spiritual connection. In many Native American traditions, particularly among the Plains tribes, warriors earned eagle feathers through specific, documented acts of exceptional bravery in battle. Each meticulously preserved plume became a visible, tangible record of honor and achievement, worn with immense pride. Intricate headdresses, often adorned with dozens of feathers, became living histories, each feather a silent testament to a story of risk, survival, and valor. Among the vibrant Aztec civilization, brightly colored feathers from exotic tropical birds, quetzals, hummingbirds, macaws, adorned warriors' helmets, shields, and battle standards. These magnificent feathered costumes transformed Aztec fighters into dazzling, almost ethereal figures, designed to inspire awe among allies and instill crippling intimidation in their enemies. Feathers inherently linked warriors to the natural world, embodying swiftness, the majestic strength of predators, or the direct favor of the divine. They fluttered on battlefields, not as simple ornaments, but as potent badges of power, visible declarations of a warrior's status and spiritual alignment. To wear feathers in war was to publicly declare not only a readiness for combat, but a profound connection to something higher, a cosmic order or ancestral spirit. Despite their inherent lightness and fragility, these delicate plumes carried a weight far heavier than any steel, a weight imbued with the intangible, yet undeniable, power of honor, reputation, and spiritual might. The sacred hunt. Aztec warrior captures for sacrifice. In Aztec warfare, the ultimate objective was often not to kill the enemy outright, but to capture them alive. Warriors of the Triple Alliance meticulously sought to take prisoners, destined to be offered later in elaborate ritual sacrifices to the gods, particularly Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and sun. The act of capturing an enemy alive demanded immense skill, courage, and a paradoxical restraint. Striking too hard or clumsily could inadvertently kill the prize. Captured foes were carefully bound and then led on a long, arduous journey back to the magnificent capital city of Tenochtitlan, where they played central, albeit tragic, roles in the elaborate ceremonies designed to reaffirm cosmic balance and ensure the sun's continued journey across the sky. Success in capturing enemies significantly elevated a warrior's social status, earning him prestigious feathers, honors, and public acclaim within the highly stratified Aztec military societies like the Jaguar and Eagle warriors. Young Aztec men eagerly aspired to take their first captive, a crucial rite of passage into full adulthood. This unique system profoundly reshaped the very nature of battle itself, where victory was measured not primarily by territorial conquest or plunder, but by the number of lives successfully brought home as offerings for the insatiable gods. To fight against the Aztecs, therefore, was to risk not just death, but a terrifying transformation into a ritual offering, to become part of a deeply intertwined cycle where war, religion, and sacrifice were inextricably bound together in the very fabric of their worldview. Fleet-footed empires, Inca Chasqui messengers, high in the breathtaking, arduous terrain of the Andes Mountains, the mighty Inca Empire forged an astonishing feat of engineering, a vast network of roads stretching thousands of miles across dizzying peaks, deep valleys, and unforgiving deserts. Along these meticulously maintained routes, the Times Chasqui asterisk, swift-footed, highly trained messengers formed the vital arteries of imperial communication, carrying intricately knotted times, quipu, times cords, mnemonic devices for recording information or memorized spoken orders. These elite runners relayed critical messages across the vast empire. During times of war, the times, Chasqui's times, became literally the veins of communication, running day and night without pause. Positioned every few miles at well-stocked relay stations, tambos, one times Chasqui times would sprint at maximum exertion until near exhaustion. Then, efficiently hand off the message to the next runner in a continuous chain. This ingenious relay system allowed news and commands to travel with astonishing speed. Information could cover hundreds of miles in just a matter of days. A logistical marvel for the pre-modern world. In the heat of battles and rebellions, such rapid and reliable communication often meant the difference between life and defeat, as armies could be mobilized, redirected, or resupplied almost instantaneously based on real-time intelligence. To imagine these young, supremely conditioned runners racing through the thin, rarefied mountain air, bearing the immense weight of an empire's fate on their shoulders, is to grasp how endurance itself was cultivated into a powerful weapon. The Inca, through their extraordinary times, Chasqui Times network, definitively proved that the speed of the word could, in many crucial instances, equal, if not surpass, the strength of the sword in maintaining control and achieving victory. Shaka's genius. The Zulu bullhorn formation. In the early 19th century, the landscape of southern African warfare was irrevocably transformed by the military genius of Shaka Zulu, whose innovative tactics propelled the Zulu kingdom to unprecedented power. Central to his revolutionary strategy was the devastating bullhorn, or times Vika, times formation. Zulu warriors, meticulously disciplined and organized into regiments called times impis, times segregated by age, advanced in three distinct, coordinated groups. The chest, the main body of the force, charged head-on, engaging the enemy's front. Simultaneously, the horns, two flanking units, swept rapidly around the enemy's flanks, aiming to encircle and cut off any avenue of escape. Finally, the loins, a potent reserve, remained behind the chest, poised to exploit any weaknesses created by the initial engagement or to reinforce either the chest or horns as needed. This formation effectively turned battles into inescapable traps, surrounding and crushing foes with a terrifying combination of precision, speed, and ferocity. Shaka also revolutionized Zulu weaponry, replacing the traditional, longer-throwing spear times, assegai times, with the shorter, broader-bladed stabbing spear. The times, iklowa, times, named for the sound it made when withdrawn from a body. This emphasis on brutal, close-quarters combat, combined with their large, highly effective times, isilanga, times shields, made the Zulu times impis times a formidable force against both rival African tribes and, famously, early colonial forces. The bullhorn tactic proved devastatingly effective, most notably at the Battle of Isandlwana. It stood as a powerful testament to how strategic brilliance, combined with rigorous discipline and unwavering courage, could magnify the effectiveness of an army, transforming individual warriors into a cohesive, deadly instrument of coordinated destruction. The image of the horns of the buffalo closing around prey still echoes as a powerful symbol of Zulu ingenuity, determination, and dominance. This legendary formation, a testament to tactical brilliance, transformed individual warriors into a cohesive, deadly instrument of coordinated destruction. It was a strategy that outmaneuvered technologically superior adversaries, most notably at the Battle of Isandlwana, standing as a testament to how rigorous discipline and unwavering courage could magnify an army's effectiveness. Before the clash of battle, Maori warriors danced the haka. For the indigenous people of New Zealand, this fierce, rhythmic performance was more than just a dance. It was a profound ritual, combining thunderous stomping that made the earth tremble, guttural chants that resonated with ancestral power, and expressive gestures. The haka was a spectacle of raw, primal energy. Warriors, with faces contorted in intense expressions, pukana, bodies adorned with intricate tattoos and paint, performed the haka to display their formidable strength and unbreakable unity. It was a potent psychological weapon, designed to intimidate enemies and shatter their morale even before the first blow was struck. Yet, for the Maori themselves, it was equally a spiritual preparation, a sacred act to summon courage from their ancestors and align body, spirit, and community for the fight ahead. The chants carried messages of defiance, echoing the indomitable spirit of their people, while every powerful movement expressed readiness and overwhelming force. To outsiders, the haka could be utterly terrifying, a living wall of men moving as one, eyes wide and piercing, tongues extended in challenge, voices thundering like a storm. But for the Maori, it was far more profound than mere intimidation. It was a sacred communion, a channeling of their very essence into the coming conflict. Though its roots remain deep in the battlefield, the haka survives today, a vibrant part of ceremonial gatherings and sporting events, reminding us that war is not only about weapons, but about presence, identity, and the unwavering will to face danger together with unbreakable resolve. In the vast expanse of the Pacific, warfare took to the seas in vessels of extraordinary size and craftsmanship. Polynesian war canoes, some stretching over 100 feet long, were marvels of ancient engineering, capable of carrying hundreds of warriors across vast stretches of open ocean. These magnificent vessels, meticulously carved from massive tree trunks or ingeniously assembled from planks, were not merely transport. They were floating communities, adorned with intricate carvings and feathers, blending artistry and warfare seamlessly. Hundreds of paddlers would ride in perfect rhythm, their powerful strokes propelling the canoe forward, their chants echoing across the waves, driving the vessel toward battle with incredible speed and purpose. These grand canoes allowed for audacious raids across islands, facilitating surprise landings and establishing dominance over immense stretches of water. Some were so colossal that they rivaled small European ships in size, astonishing the early explorers who first encountered them. For the Pacific peoples, the canoe was profoundly more than just a means of transport. It was their identity, their lifeline, and a formidable weapon. To see one glide across the horizon was to witness an entire nation on the move, a formidable power carried by the very sea itself. Within the mighty armies of ancient Persia, one elite unit stood apart, shrouded in an aura of legend: the Immortals. This crack force of soldiers always maintained an exact strength of 10. Ling, ling, ling. If a warrior fell in battle, another immediately replaced him, meticulously maintaining the appearance of an unchanging, eternal host. A truly unending wave, heavily armed with spears, bows, and shields, and clad in armor that gleamed menacingly in the sun. They presented an awe-inspiring sight. To their enemies, the vision of an endless, unbroken wall of these soldiers seemed otherworldly, as though they could never be diminished, their ranks forever full. The Immortals served both as the elite royal guard, protecting the great king, and as the shock troops, spearheading the most crucial assaults, embodying the true might and grandeur of the Persian Empire. Their very name was a form of psychological warfare, projecting an image of inevitability and permanence that eroded the will of their opponents, whether legend exaggerated their invincibility or not. Their formidable reputation endured through the ages. To face the Immortals was to confront the unsettling idea of infinity itself, a force that would never weaken, never falter, always renewed, always ready to march again. Hoplites, the citizen soldiers of ancient Greece, carried not only their iconic shields and spears into battle, but also gleaming armor crafted from polished bronze. Before every engagement, these dedicated warriors would meticulously polish their helmets and breastplates until they shone like mirrors, reflecting the world around them with blinding intensity. On the battlefield, the collective sunlight flashing from their densely packed ranks created a dazzling, almost overwhelming brilliance, designed to disorient and psychologically intimidate their opponents. The sight of a disciplined wall of bronze advancing as one, spears bristling forward in a menacing array, could break enemy morale even before physical contact was made. This armor was far more than mere protection. It was a powerful spectacle, a psychological weapon that magnified their presence and projected an image of invincible power. The polished surface also carried deep symbolic meaning: purity of purpose, readiness for sacrifice, and the reflection of divine favor from the Olympian gods. In their iconic phalanx formations, the collective shine of thousands of hoplites made their armies seem like living suns, marching inexorably across the fields of battle. To fight against hoplites was not only to face men, but to face light itself, reflected and multiplied 1,000-fold. Their gleam was both a terrifying beauty and a potent menace, a stark reminder that war often dazzled before it utterly destroyed. War banners were more than mere fabric. They were treasures woven from loyalty, pride, and the very soul of a fighting force. In medieval Europe, capturing an enemy's banner was a triumph far greater than seizing gold or jewels, for it symbolized the complete fall of their honor and the shattering of their spirit. Some banners were consecrated by priests, believed to carry divine protection, imbued with sacred power. Others bore intricate heraldic symbols passed down through generations, embodying the identity of a noble family, a specific knightly order, or an entire kingdom. To lose a banner in battle was considered the gravest shame, a stain on the unit's honor. To defend it, a warrior would willingly give their life, for it represented everything they stood for. In feudal Japan, *sashimono, small, distinctive banners worn on the backs of samurai served to mark individual warriors and their units, transforming the chaotic battlefield into a vibrant, moving forest of colors and symbols. Across diverse cultures, banners united armies, proclaimed defiance, and instilled courage. Their material value was utterly insignificant compared to their immense symbolic weight. They fluttered valiantly in wind and smoke, seemingly fragile, yet incredibly powerful. A banner captured was akin to a soul stolen, a story tragically ended, or sometimes a new one gloriously begun in the victorious hands of the conqueror. Long before radios or even bugles, trumpets commanded armies into motion with their piercing, powerful calls. In ancient Rome, cavalry units moved with synchronized precision at the sharp, unmistakable sound of the times. Tuba, a long bronze trumpet. Its resounding blast carried across vast fields, rallying horsemen into sudden, devastating charges that shattered enemy lines. In medieval Europe, trumpeters rode valiantly alongside knights, their polished instruments gleaming as brightly as polished swords, signaling the onset of battle. Each distinct call signaled specific maneuvers to advance with fury, to regroup for another assault, or to unleash the full, thundering fury of a mounted charge. The sound itself was intoxicating, thrilling allied forces and inspiring them to greater deeds, while simultaneously terrifying foes who knew all too well what followed its ominous call. The thunder of hooves, the glittering array of lances, and the inevitable, crushing crash of impact. Trumpeters were considered prized targets, for their silencing could sow confusion and disorder within enemy ranks. Yet, their majestic music transcended the battlefield, surviving into times of peace as ceremonial echoes of past glories. To hear a trumpet blare was to feel the heartbeat of history itself, a command that carried not only sound, but destiny, turning air into raw power and music into unstoppable motion. Today's camouflage uniforms are meticulously designed to blend seamlessly into forests and deserts, rendering soldiers almost invisible. But for many centuries, soldiers dressed in strikingly vivid colors, deliberately choosing to stand out. British redcoats marched in brilliant scarlet, their formations a blaze of crimson. French regiments proudly wore distinctive blue and white, while other armies flaunted vibrant greens, yellows, and golds. The reasons behind these flamboyant choices were both practical and deeply symbolic. Bright colors allowed commanders to easily recognize and direct their units amidst the obscuring smoke of musket fire and the chaos of battle. They also powerfully bolstered morale, fostering a sense of unity and fierce pride among the troops. These dazzling uniforms served to intimidate enemies, transforming individual men into imposing, moving walls of color, advancing as one formidable entity. The very expense of the dyes and fine cloth reflected the wealth and power of the nation, turning soldiers into walking displays of national strength and prestige. Only with the advent of modern firearms and the increasing accuracy of rifles did armies reluctantly abandon such vibrant displays, finally realizing that concealment had become immeasurably more valuable than spectacle. Yet, the memory of those bright, bold uniforms lingers, serving as a nostalgic reminder of an age when war was as much pageantry as peril, and battlefields blazed with banners and cloth as much as with fire and fury. It may seem timeless, but the mottled camouflage we recognize today is a surprisingly modern invention. For the vast majority of human history, armies actively valued visibility, proudly donning bright uniforms, glittering armor, and shining banners. Concealment, as a deliberate tactical choice, was incredibly rare. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as rifles grew deadlier and artillery more precise, that armies began to realize that blending into the terrain was paramount for survival. Khaki, drab green, and earth tones first began to spread through the ranks, replacing the scarlet coats and blue tunics of old. During the World Wars, camouflage patterns developed further with unprecedented urgency. Meticulously designed to disrupt the human outline in diverse environments like dense forests, vast deserts, and sprawling urban landscapes. Specialized units, such as snipers and scouts, pioneered the use of innovative ghillie suits, transforming themselves into integral, indistinguishable parts of the landscape. By the mid-20th century, camouflage had become the universal standard across the globe, evolving from simple practicality into a complex art and science. With digital patterns and adaptive materials continuing to emerge today, camouflage reflects a simple, yet profound truth. To fight and endure, sometimes the best and only choice is to be unseen. The battlefield has always been a crucible of innovation. Though war is undeniably humanity's darkest and most destructive endeavor, it has also paradoxically been a relentless driver of human ingenuity and advancement. From the primal effectiveness of sharpened stone blades to the sophisticated metallurgy of bronze, iron, and steel. From the simple bow to the complex crossbow, from muskets to devastating machine guns, each seismic leap forward in weaponry reshaped societies and altered the course of history. Beyond mere arms, armies spurred monumental advancements in engineering, medicine, navigation, and communication. The vast networks of Roman roads, the intricate railway systems that crisscrossed continents, the revolutionary capabilities of radar, and even the foundational concepts of the internet all bear their roots in urgent military needs. Even the thrilling frontiers of flight and space exploration grew, in part, from the demanding imperatives of conflict. Every era's battlefield has been a dual space, a harrowing site of destruction, and an urgent laboratory of invention, where necessity drove ideas forward faster and more fiercely than peace ever could. It is a profound paradox. The very same energy that builds and creates can also destroy with devastating efficiency. And often, the line between these two forces is incredibly thin. Looking back, military history is not just a chronicle of weapons and victories, but a profound narrative of the inventions that spilled far beyond battlefields to fundamentally shape the world we inhabit today. Tonight, we've wandered through the long, echoing corridors of military history, a journey through time and ingenuity. From the earliest Obsidian blades glinting in ancient firelight to the sophisticated satellites circling far above our modern world, we've traced how humanity has carried its conflicts across land, sea, ski, and even into the ultimate frontier of space. We've stood virtually beside Roman legions, locking their shields in unbreakable walls of bronze and discipline. And we've listened to the haunting, stirring sound of Highland pipes, carrying brave soldiers into the unknown. We've watched magnificent war canoes glide effortlessly across vast oceans and observed the swift precision of samurai loosing arrows from horseback. Across centuries and cultures, battlefields have consistently been more than mere places of destruction. They were profound stages where courage, a fear, ingenuity, and the raw will to survive all played their compelling, often tragic, role. Yet, in the quiet solitude of reflection, those battlefields are silent now. The weapons have long since cooled and rusted. The proud banners rest in the hushed halls of museums. What remains are the indelible lessons, the enduring stories, and the powerful reminder that even amidst the devastation of war, humanity's boundless creativity and indomitable resilience ultimately endure. If you've enjoyed this long, gentle journey through the annals of history, I invite you to like and subscribe, or perhaps share a thoughtful comment below. It truly helps other sleepy souls find their way here. Honor be on, to drift through these ancient echoes. But for now, there is nothing left to do. Let the immense weight of history settle softly around you, like dust after a long, arduous march. Close your eyes, breathe deeply and evenly, and allow yourself to gently drift into stillness. Sleep well, dream gently, and know that the enduring echoes of the past will still be here, waiting patiently. When you wake, good night.